let's go ahead and get a roll call before we can continue on, and then I'll move on from there.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. is present in the chambers. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kanaspar-Crotty.
Yati Sama, this is Delegate Amber Kanaspar-Crotty, and I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanaspar-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon is present in the chambers. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, Shema. I'm here. Delegate Freeland's present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning, this Delegate Halona.
Honorable Pernell
Present.
Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer
Delegate
roll call.
Slater, I'm present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call.
Present.
Honorable Daniel So is present in the chambers. Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Constance, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 17 members that have answered roll call, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, 13.
Thank you. With that, college left
Speaker 13.
13 members. There are 13 members answering roll call this morning. Thank you very much. With that, we go ahead and go on down back to the floor. Madam Chair Crotty, do you mind doing the invocation for us this morning? I'm Sharon McCarty.
So the speaker, David, is no, continue. I'm on the line.
Morning, Chairman. Got you. Colleagues, is
Good
there,
morning, Speaker. This is Delegate Brown. I can do the prayer. I can say the prayer.
okay, great. Thank you, Honorable Brown. Go ahead, Honorable.
Okay.
Honorable Brown.
Thank you. Yad Ehbene, Speaker, Ado Shanant, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado to all our Nohokat, the Nest, the Isonosline, the Anda, Yad Ehbene Kitschnido, Lecheya, Topa Hanshno, look up, Bashin Ki Ani, the Che, Ado is a Hana Dasanala, Ado, he had questions to the Zendole, Shik Ado Shidene. Kodo hajon do le chitra shidien kodo nkaman no hossa he ha akhui chen kodo ki eden e ado kodo e ya di best pansa anni klinigi e ya kodon joba anani chen ado kodon ha aten ki hajon do le chitra shidien shman no hossa na ye mezani trobatischen anin skin anit et ado kodo just not Jenny Zil, Aden Kitch Hajon Dole, Spedan Kitzi, Dopenken, in sea case Dole, Adokodo, Shada Archabo, told the Zil, Ade Kodon Kitch Hajon Dole, Adokodo, the end the ne, and it's not the Hanokodo, Nahat Beha the need Edole, Kodon hit the Nayat Eho, by 8 Bakwit Atole, Trash the end, Adokodo, Archabo. Ecuador dog or sleep seal ade the internet tahanoso conquer tahanoso kodokeya hahotson deni ado kodon nkina dahiral kodo hajo pa ni tendo kodo nikidene behonitlo kodo dishen bet do chiliki ado kodo dish nas o sehil adon le na khamankije has twisani je nahol aj kodo the internet kodon kiltahanoso do les kodo Ado kodo naho konsil kodo the benta til ado kodo kitahano sondo le chikashidien kodo banshini til si huding si hasen til ado kodo di the best mahasa ani klini ado khashine la ado nekenant la jistanigi kenant la jistanigi shik es jonathan ne do yil ina if ini do bachen ado kodo count jistanigi Myron Lizer, Shikis, Ado Yinai, Inido Bachin, the so Kebanalake, Ado Shema, Le Hashkajan, Hat Aj, Alad, Satanigi, Nahabikaden E, Ado Kodo, Nkayatiki, Besh Bansa An, Speaker Seth Damon, Ado Ad Subikain, Leni, Ado Kodo Besh Bansa An, Nitlini, the Nebenat, the Nebenant An, Nitlini, Kodo, Gistahano Sondole, Kodo, Ransa, Kodo. Get hosa kan get ya sala e kodo ani khodi thocho sil e linige ya nike zen lin dole niken sa kes lin dole ne action jonogo the nebezad na hadol a nike zadon ki tsod zen khane dole ye dad e dole khada da nas ye dan ko esh dole khada da yen khada halyan dole khada da kodo nasol kodo nasol jishan Kodokeya Yad Halyan Dole Shidien Kudo shamano hossa kudo AD touchworsil lini benene hindi dole. Kudo hajo ba anitzen kudo hashine la ben hat an lini kudo kudo bansi keso ben ban hate kudo eskadicha akoyat eto leshtra shidien kudo job ba anitzen do kudo hitzilin sitlin Kodon hokat the nanny clinic anilso edi ne 8 kut edole echwinsen dole kodoyat eho in khachen beslane ka kodon ke yapana khulya khodan lini kodot zestahadigen khodahadiyeno kodo ya jota disni di peso nante ninigi di peso bakhwin ni benache ta inish benache the on the kitten the nation. Hashine da benan the shit. Hashine da benan the shaya quaggy date ehla. Whether Hashine la benan the shit. Beni nashi do da awashta. Beni nashi do George Yanta al Kanda. But the pen Khalid Ishla she Queenson. Nishipesh Pasa Anni Clinic Dina Khandal Lishi Batinil Zendole. Hajo sad anini babich khanetse hajo khawinsen khahati ni dole digen denne khale denne no seni kunot edon kdoni kha shidigen bodosh manno hossa in besin deid nishi hajo ba khanitsen hajo bich khanetse asas zennago dosla nata hadel inda dole dosla nata hal ingo hajo ya asis el khansi kesole shikha shidigen Anil khojo ba nitin shitha shidin anil khokodo na khamang ke je ta halong kamasan ke che na khachen ki so ke ta halo khodo hojo ban ti ke so la shitha shidin kwegi dishe ya hanane chegi kwe ya hanane khegi ado khodo ya ketil na ketil si tlin khodo shitha shidin khodo hajo na hasling Hajon
Thank you very much for that prayer this morning and for the continuing dialogue and for the nation, Honorable Brown. Yeah. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Yesterday, we left off on legislation 0182-21, sponsored by Chairman Hino, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Crotty, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona. This legislation is approving the Navajo Nation's fiscal year 2022 comprehensive budget. We do have a main motion by Honorable Keon Begay, second by Honorable Chairman Yazzie. We did approve Amendment 1 and 2 yesterday. And then we did go into recess at 4:38 p.m. With that, colleagues, we are back on to the main motion of legislation 01821-21. And this is what I have, colleagues. I have Madam Chair Amber Crotty with 4 minutes, 16 seconds. Honorable Eugene So with 3 minutes, 8 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton with 4 minutes, 46 seconds. Honorable Herman Daniels with 2 minutes, 26 seconds. Honorable Otto So with 1 minute and 19 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Slater with 4 minutes and 54 seconds. I do have Honorable Charlene So with no time. I have Honorable Chairman Daniel So with no time. And Honorable Chairman Yazzie with no time on the main motion. With that, colleagues, I did know that we were on when I did go into recess, the next individual that was ready to speak, because we were on reserve time. I'll go on down to start off with Honorable Otto So this morning. on reserve time at 1 minute and 19 seconds. Honorable Otto So, on reserve time,
I reserve my time.
every time at 1 minute, 18 seconds. Good morning,
Speaker, this is
Honorable.
Delegate,
Yes,
Speaker, this is Delegate Elmer Brigade calling in.
morning, Honorable Alman Brigade. Good morning, Chairman Nez on the call too as
Speaker.
well.
Speaker, for the record, I'm on the line too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. This is Delegate Yellow here for the record. I'm on the line too. Thank you.
You Honorable Yellow Hair with that, Honorable Yellow Hair. You have 3 minutes and 45 seconds. The floor is yours.
I'd like to reserve my time, Speaker. Yeah, please.
3 minutes and 44 seconds.
Speaker,
Moving on. Honorable Keon Begay, moving on down. 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Honorable Keon
Speaker.
Begay, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Boy, twice. Honorable Keon Begay, 3 minutes and 6 seconds, going 3 times. I heard someone say speaker.
Speaker, good morning. This is Edmund
Oh, good
Yazi. For the record, I'm online. Okay, I was on
Morning.
the Human Rights Meeting Commission.
Good morning, Chairman. Moving on down. Oh. Morning.
Speaker.
Yes.
This is Thomas Walker. I'm now on the call here. Just for the
Morning,
record,
Vice Chair Walker. Good morning, Vice Chair Walker. Anybody else that'd like to recognize themselves on the line? Before we continue? Vice Chair Walker, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. That moving on down. Honorable Slater, 4 minutes and 54 seconds on reserve time.
I'll reserve my time, Speaker. Oh, sorry,
Reserve-
Speaker. I'll actually offer an amendment on behalf of Chair Daniel Shanai. And he emailed it to myself, and I ask that staff send this out. And I'll reserve my time, Speaker.
What is it in regards to Honorable Slater, Vice Chair Slater?
It's in regard to E-rate funding and providing reports back to the council. I can read it if you'd like me
Oh,
to.
they got it. We got it. Okay, we
Okay,
just didn't know which one was. Okay. Reserve time at 4 minutes, 34 seconds. That, Mr. Rico. On amendment number 3, sponsored by Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council, Amendment number 3. 1 on page 6 of Exhibit I, Legislative Concerns as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021. Add a new paragraph under Executive Branch as shown in the underlined text below. New language, Department of Justice, DOJ. 1, the Attorney General shall report verbally and in writing to the Navajo Nation Council in executive session if necessary on 1, the status on any appeals or litigation past or present concerning E-rate funding or eligibility funding. 2, what Navajo Nation government entities, specifically chapters, are eligible to apply for E-rate funding. And 3, the result or status of any litigation related to ONSAT by no later than the end of the first quarter of FY 2022. End of new language. 2, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management Budget with notice to the sponsor of the legislation are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Napakia Committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Charles Newman will second.
Thank you very much, colleagues, Vice Chair Slater for that amendment. It seems we have a second by Madam Chair Charles Newman. That, colleagues, on amendment number 3. Any comments, questions on amendment number 3?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I have a question.
Yes, Madam Chair Charles Newman, floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning, Speaker. Can we get a rundown from Mr. Vicente on E-rate, the past issues, and where we're at today? Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
4 minutes, 50 seconds. Mr. Vicente, are you on the line? Mr. Christopher Vicente, are you on the line? We're reaching out to Mr. Vicente. But there's no answer on the phone call. We just have a voicemail. With that, we'll keep reaching out, Madam Chair Charles Newman. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time on amendment number 3? If there's none, let me go back to reserve time. And Mr. Paulson Chaco, are you on the line? Chief? Anybody on the line from Office of the President, Vice President? We did get word through text message that they're trying to get a hold of Mr. Vicente at this time. We go back to the floor. Any other comments or questions, Madam Chair Charles Newton, while we wait for that? I don't know if you had another question.
Yes, Speaker, I do have a question of privilege.
Madam Chair, question of privilege.
Speaker, I know that this issue came up when we tried to call the Veterans Administration Director before this council, and that director was not available both days. Is it possible to subpoena all of the directors to the budget hearings? We do have questions that relate to our constituents. We have questions that require answers, and for them not showing up or not being present or not answering calls makes it really, it just is to me a question of their dedication to their position, and most importantly, their dedication to our people. I mean, that's really why we're here. That's why we were elected. That's why they were appointed, is they said they would work for the people. And so I just find it really interesting, and I'm frustrated right now that our directors cannot make themselves available when they are asking us for funding. So is it possible to subpoena them to make them present during budget session so that we don't run into these types of issues and we get our questions answered? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just your question of privilege. The process to subpoena individuals, as you know, would take some time. I would have to refer to Madam or Ms. Dana Barbara for guidance on that and what the timetable would be. And I honestly think that it might not happen today. As we know, this budget needs to be approved today. Or we need to put additional language in this budget in order for it to go ahead and make its way across the street. Ms. Barbara? But they all know, they know. I mean, everybody knows that this is budget week and they should be on the line. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you. Good morning. This is Dana Bobroff with Legislative Counsel's Office. Speaker is correct that the steps involved in preparing, serving, issuing subpoenas will just not allow for all of those steps to take place to get the division directors in front of you today under the subpoena or because of the subpoena. However, if you do end up having to have an additional council session or such, we can look at that option beforehand. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go back to calling on Mr. Vicente. Are you on the line?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Speaker. My apologies. I was having issues trying to call in, and I just transferred to the Zoom app, sir. My apologies.
Hello.
Thank you. With that, I'm hoping you heard Madam Chair Charles Newton's question, Mr. Vicente.
I apologize, but I have to ask for the question again. My apologies, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Chair, without taking any time away from your time.
Thank you. So there is an amendment that is being proposed to us right now regarding E-rate. I'd like to know exactly the history regarding E-rate and the Navajo Nation, and also where we're at today. Thank you.
Mr. Vicente.
Oh, thank you, Speaker, and good morning, Madam Chair. Great question. So as far as the E-rate project, we're actually with the slight report that I reported I believe 2 days ago. With E-rate, this is something that we've been trying to work on since the beginning of 2019. In a nutshell, we understood that there was issues back in the past, and we tried to rectify those problems. And with one of the issues that was coming up was when the Navajo Nation originally applied for E-rate over 10 years ago. Basically, that's in an appeal process right now. What was completed was an inquiry directly to FCC whether or not Navajo Nation would be eligible to apply for E-rate. So with that, we found out through FCC that we are eligible to apply, hence the formation of the 3 individuals who actually applied, along with who applied for E-rate over a year and a half ago. They started addressing this to check the eligibility and feasibility to see if Navajo Nation would be eligible once again. And with the help of Mr. Fred Brakeman with Infinity Communications, who's actually the E-rate consultant. So again, the the individuals, the unofficial groups, the Navajo Nation E-rate Consortium. It comprises of 3 individuals who's handling this basically day in and day out right now. So we have Miss Pearl Lee from NNTU, Norbert Nez from DCD, as well as Brent Nelson from Doty. So in a nutshell, what's happening right now, and the way this is being handled is they wanted to check the eligibility for chapter houses and Head Start to see if they would qualify as a library throughout the Navajo Nation. So in the first phase, the bids that came back was 90 chapters, and that was actually awarded this year in February in the amount of $53 million. So again, the consortium's been working with the state librarians as well as the state librarians as well as other stakeholders who contribute to this cause. So again, when it came to funding these projects, even the states chipped in the 10% cost, because when it comes to E-rate, the construction cost, 90% of it's covered from the Universal Service Administration Company, and the other 10% chipped in from the state. So the great thing right now is, as far as the eligibility for E-rate with the libraries, with the chapter houses, the construction cost is 100% covered. So the consortium is actually working with the service providers as well as the chapter houses to get this deployed. So again, the first phase is the first 90 chapters, and the reason why all 110 chapters couldn't be completed in one application was just the construction time. So which led to another year of application for the 2020 and then 2021 E-rate application window. So we have multiple service providers who's going to be contributing to the cause and getting all the chapters connected. So as far as the latest and greatest, if I have any of the folks that I did mention before, they can actually provide the latest and greatest as well to help supplement what information I'm trying to provide right now. So with that, let's see. Let me check and see if any of them were able to join. So, Madam Chair, what I can ask for is I can get the exact details through the consortium and get that as a written report and get that provided to you if that does help. If that helps satisfy the question that you are asking as well. Again, I'll have to work with the consortium who's actually working on this as well. So I hope this provides enough information for right now. And again, I can circle with the consortium, Madam Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for the response, Mr. Vicente. We go ahead and go down to Vice Chair Walker, who is in the queue. Vice Chair Walker, the floor is yours on Amendment 3. Vice Chair Walker?
Yes, Speaker, council members, it's okay. Yeah, I have an amendment that I'd like to propose. I don't think right now is the time to do that. So I'm actually requesting to be placed in the queue for that proposed amendment. But I'm not speaking to this particular amendment that's on the floor.
Okay, so on the main motion.
Yes, main motion.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, any other comments, questions, colleagues on Amendment number 3?
Speaker Damon.
Yes, Madam Chair Amber Crotty?
Yes, thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I appreciate the amendment. And Mr. Vicente for getting on the line. Speaker, I just want to, I know that you mentioned that today is our last day for this budget. That's not technically true. So today's the last day by law that the council's supposed to pass the budget. But if we're not getting the support from the executive branch regarding their budget, I'm not exactly sure how we could move forward with a budget that's also requiring so many waivers that the executive branch hasn't fulfilled. So I think there's a way, if the aim is to delay this, to delay providing updates to the council, because there's a thought that today's the last day, that is in fact not the case. And the reason why I bring this up is we're still waiting for those veteran budget forms. And so it's been 21 days since I made that request. And I don't see this as the last day of budget if we're not going to receive those veteran budget forms to act on an amendment that I requested, Speaker. And so I wanted to make that comment. I support this legislative concern. It's always good to get updates on what is going on with the nation, potential liability and impact on our chapters. But I also want to be clear that if the tactic is to delay information, there's also, although other moves that can be made to maybe if executive is not participating, a move can be we can pass like the judicial, instead of a comprehensive budget, it's passing the judicial branch's budget, passing the legislative branch's budget until we get the information that we need from the executive branch and fulfilling their their duties to provide that information. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Chair McCarty. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 3? If not, let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, 4 minutes, 50 seconds. I read my chicken scratch already.
Thank you, Speaker, and also Mr. Vicente, thank you for providing that information. So is the Navajo Nation liable for paying back any funds, or are we still in trouble with the federal government in terms of E-rate? Because it sounds like we're not, and that's why we're moving forward with E-rate. So I just want to get that information. I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
Reserve the rest of your time at 4 minutes and 25 seconds. You refer that question back to Mr. Vicente again.
Yeah, Speaker, and yeah, again, Madam Chair Charles Newton. So as far as the inquiry for the eligibility, so when that inquiry was submitted, I'll have to look for the specific date in my email, but once that was completed, Navajo Nation was not on any red light list. So that's why the consortium was able to proceed in moving forward with basically working with the E-rate consultant to check the eligibility. And of course, that's what led to Navajo Nation being eligible for 90 chapters through the Universal Service Administration Company. So that's pretty much summed it up. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. That, any other comments on amendment number 3? There's none. Let me go back to reserve time.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question. Also,
Madam Chair, I'll put you in the queue. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, 4 minutes, 25 seconds.
Speaker, I reserve my time.
4 minutes, 24 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So on amendment number 3.
Thank you very much. I guess this is to probably the Attorney General. One area is that if we move forward with this amendment, and would this amendment be subjected to the line item veto authority that the president has? The reason why I say this is that this amendment may have no or minimal language of financial language, but it doesn't have a number. So with that, I would like to see if we could get what the Attorney General thinks pertaining to the line item veto authority that the president has. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you. That question, going back specifically to the Department of Justice, I'll have Office of Legislative Counsel standing by too as well. Department of Justice?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. This is Mel Rodas on the line.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Otis. Question. I don't know if you heard that from Honorable Otto So regarding this amendment and the line item veto authority held by the Office of the President.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I heard the question. Thank you for the question, Honorable So. Under the 2009 initiative for the line item veto, the people approved the president's line item veto authority over budget line items in the comprehensive budget and supplemental appropriations. And so this legislative concern is not a budget line item. Obviously, it is in the comprehensive budget, but it's not a budget line item. So in my personal opinion, I don't think it would be subject to a line item veto. This isn't something that I've discussed with Madam AG, so I don't know if this is the official position of the Department of Justice. There was a memo from the previous administration for the previous Attorney General, rather, I'm sorry, speaking to conditions of appropriation being subject to the line item veto. But legislative concerns that don't have an impact on the budget are not a budget line item. So in my opinion, it would not be subject to a line item veto. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That Honorable also okay, thank you. Honorable so you did reserve your time, 4 minutes, 15 seconds. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time on amendment number 3? There are none. Let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 24 seconds.
I'm good, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton. With that, Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes, 15 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I appreciate Mr. Rodas providing that information to the council. And the other is the letter that was, that was issued by the previous Attorney General to the Navajo Nation pertaining to the COAs. My question next is that the current full position of our Attorney General at this time, which the former Attorney General released. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Let me go back to Mr. Rodas from the Department of Justice. Any response? And Honorable Otto, so you have 3 minutes, 34 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable. So I'm going to have to staff that question with Madam Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General. And I'm going to have to get back to you on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otis. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, on amendment number 3? There's none. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Otto, 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I guess if we're not going to get a response from the Attorney General, that is a very important aspect to all the amendments that we're doing, and even if it goes to conditions of appropriations. So those are just some of my thoughts. Just needed a position of the current Attorney General, because that letter that was released was the position of the former administration, and now we have a new Attorney General, and I just wanted to see if the current Attorney General still stands on what the former Attorney General has issued pertaining to the condition of appropriations. That's all. Thank you very much. Reserve my time.
Server time at 2 minutes, 38 seconds. Let me go back to Mr. Rodas for response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People are on multiple calls right now, and so I'm just going to need a little bit of time. But I'm gonna
back.
work on it.
You're back. And I gotta go again at 12. Yeah. Just see if I have anything.
Hello?
Mr. Rodas, sorry, there's.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm just respectfully requesting some additional time to get a response on that. I'm hesitant to speak for Madam AG on that issue. So I will get back to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rodas. With that, any other comments, questions on amendment number 3? None. Let me go back to reserve time. On auto 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Honorable Otto.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
It looks like they need more time, and we may not even get the information from that office. You pay them a shiny penny, and yet they don't get information to things that the council need. It's concerning to me. So I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So if we get that information from Mr. Rodas, we'll go ahead and forward that over to you. That waiving your time on amendment number 3. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 3? Twice. Going 3 times on amendment number 3. With that, let's go to the board.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knussbaum Crotty.
Shema Delegate Amber Knussbaum Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbaum Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pinal Halona. Honorable Pinal Halona. Honorable Pinal Halona did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Henio.
Delegate Henio votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison
Green.
Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund
Green.
Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes
Brown.
green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Pinal Halona. Honorable Pinal
Honor
Halona.
votes green.
Honorable Pinal Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Dodge is door. Show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you. 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries on amendment number 3. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Back on the main motion. Only one new. I do have a new colleague in the queue. Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Speaker,
Yes,
can
Vice
you
Chair
hear me?
Walker. Yes,
Okay, this is on the main motion?
yes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker and colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, all the folks that are helping us out here with this year's budget. Although the listening audience also, our relatives, our Navajo people that are on the call. I have an amendment here I want to propose. It has to do with Chinle and Western Agency chapters, chapter official stipend, Nikki Ada. We anticipate a shortfall this year again. And I know that the other agencies, chapter stipend shortfalls that were anticipated, they were addressed by the Budget and Finance Committee. The Chinle do Western Nikki Ada, but the chapter official stipend Nikki that's what the amendment is relating to, and I believe it could be sent out, the amendment. Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
That is every time. This is on amendment number 4. Motions by Vice Chair Walker. With that, let me get it read into the record first, and I'll ask for a second. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 4, 1, in Exhibit G, Navajo Nation Personnel Lapse Fund Allocations, amend as follows. Business Unit Number 113014, Program Deltex, Tuba City, allocation, overstrike, $418,479, and insert $328,761. 2, in Exhibit G, Navajo Nation Personal Lapse Fund Allocations, insert additional language as follows. Column 1, business unit number, new language underscore 108106 to 108123. Column 2, program underscore chapter official stipends, Western Agency chapters. Column 3, allocation underscore $84,996. Column 4, brief description of need, new language underscore fully fund the Navajo Nation chapter official stipends to conduct official meetings on behalf of their communities. 3, in Exhibit G, Navajo Nation personal lapse fund allocations, insert additional language as follows. Column 1, business unit number, new language 108015. Column 2, program, new language, chapter official stipends, Chinle chapter. Column 3, allocation, $4,722. Column 4, brief description of need, new language, fully fund the Chinle chapter officials stipends to conduct official meetings on behalf of their community. 4, replace the original Exhibit E with the new revised Exhibit E that will reflect the changes described in this amendment and will be provided by the Office of Management and Budget when available. 5, page 4, line 30 in I, Personnel Lapse Fund, insert new total if necessary that conforms to this amendment and will be provided by the Office of Management and Budget when available. 6, the Division of Community Development and Deltec Tuba City directed to provide budget documents to the Office of Management and Budget to conform to the intent of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second the motion.
Hold on, we're not done yet.
Mr. Speaker, we're gonna add the clause as number 7, and that's gonna read, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget with notice to the sponsor of the legislation are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Navajo Committee's for Navajo Nation Council's intent to approve this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent of or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that,
Second, Delegate Begay.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker with that. Second by Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 4?
Delegate Jameson.
Honorable Vince James.
So another speaker.
Oh.
Thank you, members of the council. Ado the audience. This is for the whole fiscal year chapter stipend budget for chapter officials, correct? Reserve my time.
Thank you. That, every time at 4 minutes, 42 seconds. We go back to Honorable Vice Chair Walker as the sponsor.
Speaker Doyle, members of the council, colleagues, Delegate James, I just could you to the shortfall during the budget hearings. Amendment for Chinley and Western. The other agencies, although there are BCD though, if they can also help out in answering some of the questions that may be posed by colleagues, by council, I would appreciate that though. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Is DCD on the line? Dr. Yellowman? Regarding shortfalls of chapter stipends.
Yeah, this is James Sadaka from DCD.
Yes,
Good
Ms.
morning,
Sadka.
Chairperson.
Well, good morning, Dr. Yellowman. Yellowman?
Good morning, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Vice Chair Walker for the proposed amendment. Speaker, I can speak to some of the questions. The shortfall that we did present to council did include, there was an overall amount that we requested for unmet need in the amount of $519,000. That was later covered respectfully by delegates from the Budget and Finance Committee. They were able to cover the Eastern Agency, Northern, and parts of the Central, and Fort Defiance. The remaining amount that requires a shortfall or that is represented in a shortfall would be the Western Agency, and one chapter Chimney Agency chapter, in which is what Mr. Vice Chair Walker is presenting. These do cover 12 planning meetings and 12 regular meetings, in addition to 4 agency slash regional meetings, for which would be the whole year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 4?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have a question.
Here, Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is, I feel like we're always at this point with our elected chapter officials. There's always a shortfall. There is always not enough funding. I want to know why, when the budget is created, this is not already included in the budget. I would hope that this is common sense in terms of the position of DCD and how they represent and work with chapters. Why are we always talking about shortfalls for chapter officials and their stipends? I reserve the rest of my time.
Four minutes and 20 seconds on reserve time. I'll go back to DCD.
Hold a question.
I can put you in the queue, Eugene. So
Hold a question, Speaker.
Question of privilege. Honorable Eugene So, what is your question of privilege?
I couldn't get the amendment that's just been on the floor right now.
Send it directly to you again. Are you outside?
No, I'm on the road.
Okay. Well, because they were going to print it out and send it outside to you. But we'll send it to your email again. Okay. With that, Dr. Yellowman for response.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Otto Yate, Delegate Charles Newton. I did share a brief overview the other morning, and I can go a little bit more into detail. I also have a staff member, Mr. Lydell Davis, who can bring it up on the screen and also share it to the Legislative Council office and the Speaker's office. When the 3 branches meet, there's an allocation that is given to DCD, and then there's an allocation given to the Navajo Nation chapters. And there's 2 parts to the answer. One is there's a short-term goal to accomplish and fulfill the shortfall this year, and then there's some strong and hard recommendations to avoid the situation, and our final recommendation is that it becomes a fixed cost, and perhaps that's what you're referring to. But the fixed cost would and should occur during the time the 3 branches meet. This year, however, the amount that was awarded or allocated to the Navajo Nation chapters was $14,953,059. I respectfully would ask, if OMB is on the line, how that total amount is determined, and how and when that amount is allocated to the divisions. The second portion I want to add to that is that amount is then divided into 2 parts. The 2 parts are personnel for all chapter staff, personnel, and a big portion of that money, and this year was 43% 43% of what we pay to 4 personnel staff went to fringe benefits. That's a significant amount of money. It's like paying the utility bill first. So when we pay fringe benefits and then we pay personnel, we have a shortfall of paying the chapter officials. But I want to also add that we are legislated to pay for 12 planning meetings and 12 regular meetings. But we also add 4 more agency and district meetings. Those are not legislated meetings. They are additional meetings. Those additional meetings equate to $4,158,000. So no, there's not a shortfall. Well, I want to be careful. We're paying for more meetings, and then last year we had 2 more additional meetings. So we're paying for more than what's legislated, and they're in advocating. Last year we encountered the CARES Act. This year we're advocating for the chapters to be and at the chapter's request to be more involved in the ARPA discussion. So that's what we're paying for. We're paying for 12 planning meetings, 12 regular meetings, and then 4 more agency district meetings at $4.158 million. So I hope that answers the questions, and we'll be providing our report here shortly. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I guess to fully answer the question, the short-term goal would be to request for to cover the shortfall, but the ultimate goal is that when the allocations is made at the 3-branch meeting, that becomes a fixed cost. Those are language recommendations that we are working with RDC and DNF, and we hope to complete those amended language at our next work session. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, I'll go ahead and go back to floor. It's gonna be a long time, huh? Oh. Okay, thank you. If there's any comments, questions, colleagues, on Amendment 4. Not, let me go back to reserve time. All right, Honorable James, 4 minutes, 42 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Speaker and members of the council and audience. I have no further questions, so I'll go ahead and yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. That moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Nguyen, 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So just to be clear, Ms. Yellowman, you're saying that there were 4 more additional meetings that the President's office called for ARPA meetings. Is that correct? I reserve my time.
4 minutes and 7 seconds. That, Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, last year we added, so what we have been doing is we have been adding 4 additional agency meetings. And then last year, we supported that this year at the request of the chapters to be more involved with ARPA. We believe that is a continued good fit for additional meetings. But I guess my point is it's legislated or it's law to pay for the 12 planning and the 12 regular. The additional 4 meetings are not legislated or not entitled, so to speak. They're additional meetings. So the annual amount would not be the 4.1 million. That's what we have been paying out to the chapter stipend. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. On amendment number 4. Any other further comments or questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Brown. Freeland. Brown. Where's yours?
Yes, yeah, I have Delegate. Hello, Speaker. My question, I just wanted to clarify. I was also working on a amendment. I did email OMB, Dr. Yellowman, and Controller's Office, making a similar amendment. And this was, I know that the majority of the chapters were covered, except for Western Agency. So I just wanted to know that all of the Western agencies will be covered in this chapter stipend shortfall. If I could get a response, and this will be, in fact, the whole 110 chapters will be covered. If not, if you can update me which chapters will not have their shortfall covered. Thank you.
That, Dr. Yellowman, on our response.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Otto Yate, Delegate Brown. Thank you for your question. The answer is yes. We did work with OMB. We did receive your request the other day and worked with Ms. Khan on this amendment, and it is to cover Western Agency and the one remaining chapter in Chinle. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go ahead and move on down. Okay, moving on down. Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Shanatai. Speaker Damon, other colleagues of the 24th Nomination Council, discussion related to Che sponsored this amendment, as well as all of my colleagues and the staff on this call. Good morning. Shanatai, wanted to ask, there was something that caught my attention that Dr. Yellowman made a comment, and it was related to OMB and the 14.9 that she spoke of. I think that's what's allocated or given to her or given to Division Community Development by OMB. My question really is to OMB. Of course, this is done through the 3-branch chiefs agreement, but how does that 14.9, is that something that OMB just says, here's 14.9, make it work? Or is that something that's an agreement as far as that's done at the 3-branch chiefs meeting? Shananta, we already see we had a couple of calls related to the chapter stipends, and that's how I kind of perceive this whole notion of the 14.9 it's not obviously not enough, but what is happening is that Division Community Development is taking the salaries as well as the fringe benefits off the top, and what's left over is going to chapter stipend, and that's not covering all 5 agencies with the 12 meetings plus the 4 additional meetings. That's not covering enough. 2 additional meetings, that's not covering enough. So my question is to OMB. Is this something that is just given at the discretion of OMB to Division Community Development? And then my second question is to my Honorable Che, the sponsor of this amendment. Could we look at maybe using UUFB, Che, to set forth this 84,000 requests, and then maybe look at Fort Defiance requests, and then the 1 remaining chapter in Chinle agency to cover the 2 agencies plus the 1 chapter under UUFB? I kind of feel bad taking money from Daltex, and I have a fond place for Daltex in my heart, and especially during this pandemic, and I would do anything for them. My 6 centers have been out there during this pandemic, and I really, really am so fond of this program. So Edia, Speaker and colleagues, my question goes to OMB and my Che, but I just want to make that comment. Speaker, thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
2 minutes and 1 second. Honorable Freeland, on reserve time. That, we go to Mr. Bial. From Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. This is Dominic Bial. Speaking to the question raised by Delegate Freeland. Starting with the branch chiefs agreement, OMB helps the branch chiefs by providing the base amounts for the various branches and fixed costs, as well as the chapters. And I emphasize the word base, because as we all know, during the course of a normal year, fiscal year, there are supplementals and other revisions and adjustments that are made. So when we get to the stage of doing the planning amounts, we go back to the base amount. So that information was provided to the branch chiefs. And for fiscal year 22, remember this, that the funding-based general fund is 177 million. For fiscal year 21, it's 167 million. So overall, that's a $10 million increase. And fortunately, that's due to the permanent fund income of 40 million. That's what resulted in the budget amounts. So for the executive branch, as I recall, well, first of all 3 branches, therefore, received an increase of that 10 million. So did the chapters. Now, within the executive branch, the president, just like the other 2 branches, the branch chiefs have the responsibility per the Appropriations Act to set the planning allocations to their respective divisions, programs, and so forth. So in this case, using the base amount, as I recall, the president's office added $1.8 million more to cover the chapter stipends. And as Dr. Yellowman explained, that should have been enough to cover the mandated meetings. However, as you're hearing now, there's 4 more meetings that a number of the chapters and officials want to be included. That's where the shortfall is appearing. So a memorandum, therefore, was issued within the executive branch from President Nez and Vice President Leiser, giving the planning allocations to all of the divisions and chapters and so forth, using the basic data and base amounts that we gave them. So the $5+ million, therefore, was allocated by the President's office to various priorities. OMB did not do it. We don't set these amounts, and for example, in the case under question, we don't tell DCD that you got 14.9 and now it's up to you. That's a decision from the branch chief, in this case, President and Vice President. Mr. Speaker, I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. So, any other comments, questions? Oh, let me go back to Vice Chair Walker for response. Vice Chair Walker?
Speaker Do, members of council, my colleagues, although Honorable Freeland, your question, although your concern, that all that's appreciated. Ani kuta behensi kita ani kuta ansi kis kadi la besoha ni ado hajo la ni chocho kaige. For budget deliberations, we're debating, considering various ways to develop this comprehensive budget. I would encourage yourself as a delegate also to be part of coming up with various solutions, various amendments. The amendment that's introduced here, I think, has been well discussed, vetted, and the way it's presented, it takes care of a dilemma here, a shortfall. The question is, does it create another dilemma for Daltech? So to acquire if as an I would have to go back to DCD to shed some light on that. Does it create another void in another area of service? If not, the amendment, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor then. On amendment number 4, are there any other further comments, colleagues?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, agenda queue. Actually, go ahead, Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. In following the conversation, Delegate Freeland requested this funding to come out of the UUSB rather than taking from a program. So there was a significant debate yesterday regarding taking from a program and giving to another. Could you or the sponsor of the amendment provide an update? Is UUSB going to be used to cover the shortfall? Thank you, Speaker, and I reserve my time.
Four minutes and 30 seconds. Is UUFB gonna cover this shortfall according to the amendment? No, the funding is coming from the personnel lapse, Madam Chair. As of right now, there's no modification. So the funding is actually coming, what was allocated was the $418,479 from the personnel lapse to Daltex Tuba City. What this is just amending that and taking 84,996 out of that and giving that over to the chapter's official stipends of Western Agency. And in that, so Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, there's no money in the current amendment coming from UUFB, just all from the personnel lapse fund.
Speaker Damon?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Speaker. So Delegate Freeland had asked for a modification, if it could come out of the UUSB. He mentioned how dear the Daltech program is, and I agree with him. Have the sponsored amendment made a decision on that request to modify? And I'll reserve my time.
Vice Chair Walker, 4 minutes and 18 seconds. Is there time? Vice Chair Walker on the modification request.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker, in your response also, your explanation that funding is coming from the personal lapse fund, ADG, so that's what this amendment does. And although considering the UUFB to be the source of funding to cover the shortfall, I would say if that prolongs the funding, if we do that, then that requires other legislative actions, legislative steps for the council, after the budget meetings are completed here, after the budget's adopted. I would think, according to the amendment, to address the shortfalls, so I would have to stay with the amendment, Delegate Freeland, although your question, Delegate Crowdy. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down with that response. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, on amendment number 4?
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels on amendment number 4. Floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. Close to noon right now. Colleagues, Mr. Speaker, and staff, Legislative Council, DOJ, people on the line, listening, really appreciate this. This a special session, deliberating on the budget. On the amendment, Delegate Walker from Western Agency, official stipend, personal lapse fund without Deltec. I initiate with the senior centers in the Western Agency. The question that I have is personal lapse fund with Deltec. If I don't should out ADG. Are we taking that from the senior centers from Western Agency? If this amendment doesn't go, if it doesn't pass, does that personal lapse fund stay with the senior centers with the Western Agency? That's the question I have with Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Reserve time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 37 seconds. Going back to the sponsor, Vice Chair Walker.
Speaker, I think the question there, the answer is yes, but the future, we don't know what, what other legislators, other delegates would do, knowing that funding is still there. I can't answer that, but I would say the question would be yes. Answer to the question, my Chay's question would be yes. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, come back to the floor. Any other further comments, questions? If there are none, let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 7 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So I guess my question is, if there were 4 additional meetings that were called for ARPA meetings, why not just give out of that top 10% that was given to the president's office? Why not just pay out of that since it was for ARPA? I reserve my time.
Three minutes and 52 seconds. With that, we're going back to the floor, or back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Walker.
Speaker, though, members of council, although Delegate Charles Newton, I would have to refer that question to DCD or the OPVP. I am not in a position to speak for them. Thank you.
That go to
question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel So.
Delegate Daniel So.
Yes, go ahead.
The 4 extra meetings, are those the agency council meetings rather than the 4 ARPA meetings? That would be my question of privilege. Thank you,
Let me go back to Dr. Yellowman for both the question of privilege and the response to Madam Chair Charles Newton's question.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, Delegate Daniel So, Delegate Eugenia, Charles Newton. For the regular, for the 12 legislated meetings, 12 regular meetings, 12 planning meetings, that equates to 3.96 million, 3,960,000. That often we try to achieve to cover that every year. What has been additionally added is the 4 agency meetings, 4 agency or district meetings at $150 per meeting, equaling 198,000. The new amount is 4.158 million. And so that's a number that we now try to achieve. And Speaker, I guess a little bit more history, if I can add a little bit more, is we just never really had the capacity to investigate or to inquire both the formulas and how numbers arrive. Similar to Delegate Freeland's question, how do we arrive at the 14 million? or how do we arrive to some of the previous legislations that pertain to formulas that impact or affect chapter stipend numbers. But now that we have some of that capacity to do so, we are able to kind of address fully, one, how to avoid this in the future, and then two, look at other less restrictive funds to draw from. So we've been able to kind of spend some time to, I guess, forensically look at how traditionally these numbers have just been passed on year to year. But those are the numbers, and that is to answer Delegate Daniel. So they are agency meetings. When I say ARPA, I mean that just we're having so much more conversations with ARPA this year. Last year, there's a lot of conversations on CARES Act. I didn't mean to assume that that was the content of all meetings, but those are the two big concerns from last year and this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliman. With that, let's move on down. On reserve time, Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes and 1 second.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Bial, for that interpretation, and of course, I appreciate that you're answering those questions. I do feel like UUFB is just sitting there as well, and I want to encourage my colleagues. Daltex is a very unique program, and I say this because during this whole time since March, I've been seeing my senior center supervisors, drivers delivering congregate hot meals all this time. I even went out and rode shotgun with them and delivered hot meals with them too. I can see the guys at Lake Valley going towards Chaco Canyon, or the crew up in Naizi going towards Chaco Canyon. Crown Point, Mr. Martinez or Emerson Tooley and his crew at Nadish and Standing Rock. I really value this program so much, and I just want to ask my colleagues to reconsider, and let's use UUFB if we can, or other means. And I guess my question is to whomever, if this 86,000 does get passed, could we replace it with the UUFB? I guess that would be to Office of Legislative Counsel. If it could go back into the personal lapse funds through UUFB means being replaced. If that's the case with that, Speaker, I do reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Time at 32 seconds. There's a question from Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Barbara. I think that it would be better for Office of Management and Budget to answer that question in the first instance. Thank you, Speaker.
With that, OMB.
Mr. Speaker, this is Dominic Bial.
Great. Floor is yours.
As I understand the question, it's if the council goes forward with the amendment and then the exhibit as already prepared by BNF, which is using the personal lapse funds, and then later, assuming the president, doesn't change it, have it funded rather by the UUFB. That, I believe, would be a possibility, but what's going to happen is effective October 1st, our office as well as DCD will be using the fund source as the personal lapse. And it would take a while, it would seem, for the UUFB legislation to come about and maybe replenish the fund. So there might be, a little bit of fancy footwork that might be done, to use that word. But it could be done that way. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. That, moving on down on reserved time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes and 18 seconds on amendment number 4.
Yes, thank you, Speaker and my colleagues. So with Mr. Bial, it looks like there is a possibility to use UUFB. And so I would ask if we could make that modification. This shortfall, my understanding of the shortfall is it usually impacts the chapters of the fourth quarter. And so we do have time, if approved by UUFB, to move forward. And I think there was indication yesterday that the President's office was recommending that these unmet needs be used by UUFB. And so I could think of, since this is an unmet need, it's documented on the Resource and Development Amendment, and was moved forward by the Budget and Finance Committee, that we would be in order to use the UUFB allocation to meet the unmet needs. And there's additional unmet needs, and I don't know if there's been an opportunity to identify if there was any other priorities, but if we could modify, because and this was the hard conversation, it's hard to move money from our elders who specifically requested the replacement of their vans because they were old and dangerous, and they're the lifeline to get access to some of the resources and food in the community. So that was a hard decision. So I know this is no easy choice, but that may be an option, is using the UUSD. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
Every time at 2 minutes and 24 seconds. That's request to modify. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Speakers, members of council, colleagues, the request from Shemaya, Delegate Crotty. If that could be accomplished through this amendment, I would be in favor. If the language in the amendment is changed from personal lapse fund to UUFB, if that could be accomplished through this amendment, then of course I'd be in favor. If it can't be, then like recommended or suggested earlier, that the UFB to get separate legislation to address whichever shortfall that's created, or whichever unmet needs there are, next month or a couple months from now. So if what you're asking for could be accomplished today, I would be in favor of that. The question would be answered by Legislative Council, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, Ms. Barbara. Ms. Barbara.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mariana Khan.
Yes, Ms. Khan. Thank you.
Ms. Bobroff has
I
stepped away.
apologize.
Oh, there she is. Thank you. There she is.
I apologize. I did not realize I was on mute. So as I was saying, this is Dana Bobroff. Right now, the comprehensive budget legislation in front of you does not include appropriations from the UUFB. So to change that for this amendment will take a fair amount of amendments throughout the budget legislation. So if you want to proceed that way, Office of Legislative Counsel will need a substantial amount of time to put that amendment together. So our request would be for you to, I guess, table or set aside, come back to this amendment after we have had time to work through it. Thank you, Speaker.
That, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Speaker?
Yes, Vice Chair Walker.
Speaker, this is Edmund. Can you put me in the queue box, please?
Yes, Chairman. Chair Walker.
Yes, Speaker. Although members of council, and then the response from Dana, I believe that those are options to consider. But I would leave that to my colleagues on the council here to go in that direction if that's what the wishes are here. Okay, yeah, I'm open to using the UUFB fund to fund the chapter stipend shortfalls for Western Law, one chapter in Chinle. So I would leave that to my colleagues. Speaker, thank you.
So, well, as holding the motion, Vice Chair Walker, it's actually, do you want to table this legislation to this then, as there is a request to modify, or do you want to continue moving forward and seeing how the vote goes? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, let's see how the vote goes. I think there's other ample opportunities to make more amendments to address this shortfall, but I would like to see how this vote goes. Thank you, Nanda.
All right, thank you. With that, moving on down on reserve time, Honorable Daniels, 3 minutes and 37 seconds on Amendment 4.
Mr. Speaker, question quickly, after this, I'll come back to me. So right now, amending party delegate Vice Chair Walker. So did he modify the amendment, Mr. Speaker?
No, there was no modification. We're still taking funding from the personnel lapse at this time.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Daniels.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues. Yeah, I don't should take Delegate Walker I see but National I see Baban see the rate mix and the rate at the local level. I really support my chapter officials. Again, I really support my senior center staff in Lenigi for what they do for our local constituents later in this. For over a year now, we've been through this pandemic. But yeah, to this day, we're still fighting this pandemic. So they're out there helping our constituents, our chapter officials, our chapter staff, and also the senior centers staff. I think that they need also that's in this. So could you provide this case? I could yes, and could the base of the street of finding as a personal lapse and the senior centers the plan could on the Zagi or your yes and try but could agree that another question I have to maybe the sponsor of the amendment if this doesn't go the amendment again if it doesn't pass, how many months are the chapter officials covered with chapter meetings and chapter planning meetings? Maybe to Division of Community Development or OLC, the Haiti Shin. Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
Third time at 1 minute, 24 seconds. Dr. Yellowman?
Okay, thank you, Speaker Otto, Chanel Delegate Herman Daniels. If you give us 1 minute, we'll do the math here and we'll get the answer shortly, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go on then, and I'll come back to you, Dr. Yellowman. I do have Honorable Keon Begay in the queue. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours. Honorable Keon Begay, only twice. Keon Begay going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So on amendment.
Yeah, I asked now what the discussion and
oh,
Kushila, Zunjatila, Salahotani, Hotel, Ado, Kodo, Sija, Kodo, Epe, Sabe, Dana, Hadit, Ahi, Epe, Hadit, Niki, Kodo, a Ninso, Siki amendment. I see Shiksa, I see, be not, be not a winne. Biyal ado hatni adon that nini hatnas live kuchne ako asish do she what nasta is yedo e chije halai ya sweeto sani that no ha she at the case. And I believe the services for adult tech is very, very important at any agency level. I do support getting the funds from the UUFB maybe after the budget session, and that way we could have a comprehensive approach of what additional funding needs to be funded for the chapters. And I think that is the discussion that could happen between community development, resources, and the appropriate standing committees. And that way, a new legislation could be drafted to address that issue. Number 2, what could happen also is, Honorable Walker, if you really support the UUFB amendment, just withdraw your current amendment and allow our legal team to go ahead and address and get the language ready for the new amendment. That way, maybe we could have the new amendment ready within about 2-3 hours, and you can entertain the new amendment to get the dollars for the shortfall of the chapters from the UUFB, alluding to the statement from our legislative council. Those are just my recommendation. But if this amendment moves forth, Sweeto Sani, but Beso, but Ado Hado, Zohito, Aje Ishada. Hala she has Sweeto Sani, she ahosta. Adon the Spahas and at egg and lead care, egg and a gag, but now take. I need I think to go. There are supplemental income, and that is their own livelihood. And this adult touch program allows them to provide them some meals, some sort of healthy meals, and I feel that it's gonna affect many senior citizens across the Navajo Nation, across the board. I'm gonna go on mute. Reserve my time.
Should Chair put me in the queue?
1 minute and 36 seconds. About so.
Speaker Kale is back online. Second.
Honorable Eugene So, both you and Honorable Vince James and Honorable Nathan Brown do not have any more time on Amendment 4. Moving on down, Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's listening on the amendment, I just want to ask Mr. Walker. I know and I understand he, is trying to help his chapter officials, and I respect that. And I was going to ask and my other colleagues had stated to him too, if he could, if Mr. Walker, you could withdraw and think of the other chapters. I don't know if Eastern officials are shorthanded too. If we can do that and go through the UUFB, we can, work with Ms. Yellowman and you yourself, Mr. Walker, and get with the chief of staff and reach out to the president that we could all agree to this, and that way when it goes before council, we can vote on it for our chapter officials, and it'll go through the system, and that would show a good teamwork effort. So Mr. Walker, I just as my colleague stated, it's kind of going to be hard. I mean, I do want to vote for this, but I would like to think of other chapters like Northern, Eastern, and what other agencies out there too as well. So I wanted to share that, Mr. Walker. And so if you consider that, then we'll reach out to the proper staff and work at this and get it going through the system ASAP. Sir, Speaker, reserve my time.
3 minutes, 13 seconds.
Privilege of questions, Speaker.
There's a request again to modify, going back to the sponsor. Question of privilege, Honorable Eugene So.
Did you say I'm out of time? I don't know if I debated on the amendment 4. That's my question. Thank you.
Yes, you are the third one to speak on Amendment 4. You didn't reserve your time, Honorable Eugene So.
Question of privilege, Delegate Daniel So.
Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel So. Oh, no.
Thank you, Speaker. Other members of the Navajo Nation Council.
and the listening public. And basically, this question would go to OMB, Dominic Bial. Personnel lapse fund. That's basically general funds that were allocated last year, appropriated, but positions weren't filled. And so that's how come there's these lapse funds. Am I correct? The other part is the personnel lapse funds does not take away from services. It's just the fact that those monies that were budgeted for personnel and were not used for personnel, is that what we're basically tapping into? I think so. I'm asking that for a point of clarification. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Bial, let me go over to you at OMB. Answer that point of privilege, or question of privilege.
Mr. Speaker, this is Dominic Bial. Responding to Delegate So's question. Resolution CF07-11 was the last amendment to the classification pay plan resolution. It's what we frequently call it. And that legislation is what creates or puts the moratorium during the fourth quarter on general fund personnel budget expenditures. And therefore, that's why you can't transfer within personnel accounts, and you certainly can't transfer out of personnel accounts. Now, the purpose of that is because in past years, when we talk about a COLA, cost of living adjustment, or any sort of general salary adjustment, there typically was not a fund source, because overall, depending on what the percentage might be, 2, 3, 4%, or whatever, that's going to be around, let's say, generally speaking, about 4 million. So back then, leaders acknowledge or realize that in our personnel accounts, as you said, Delegate, so there's typically a number of vacancies where funds aren't spent. And at year end, if they aren't spent, then they just revert into the UUFB, as well as all the other accounts, operating line items and so forth. So that's why the legislation was put in place as is. So what that does, it creates what we now call the personnel lapse savings balance. So there is a fund source for a general wage adjustment or COLA or any other sort of adjustments to the personnel accounts. And that's the primary purpose of it. And so for about 3 years now, as I recall, using that fund source, there has been a general wage adjustment of around 2 to 3%, 3% in 21, and it's recommended at 3% again for 22. So after that is deducted in the legislation, remember there's 3 million for the retirement fund. And then also 3,019,000 plus for the 21 GWA. That's being absorbed in 22. So that's what left the balance of 2.6 million, if I remember right. And that balance is what's under discussion now and as shown in Exhibit G. Now, in the resolution, there's also language in there that waives the personnel requirement. Because, again, as you're discussing now, and you've done so for the past 3 days, you understand and realize and see that there's a lot of unmet needs, and many of them are not just personnel. Therefore, other things, capital, infrastructure, projects, etc., etc. So that's what's under discussion. That's a little bit of the background on the Personal Lapse Savings Fund, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beal. Thank you very much for the background on there too as well. With that, Honorable Eugene So, for a point of clarity, we confused your point of privilege that you did raise as a third point when you were speaking after Manager Charles Newton. And that's the one that we utilized as your time. So you do actually have a full 5 minutes. So Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
What was expected. The amendment. So I'm just puzzled why we don't have the funds that we've been funding for so many years since there was a chapter officials, and that we don't have the money for them now. That's my question. So I not the not what's expected. Not all the time. That would be my question. And also the whole base of the fund the hospital never cut the whole up. That's my question. If you can translate, I think we have a translator on the council floor that can translate that to the legal counsel. Thank you, Chair, and reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 25 seconds. At their motion, actually, question of privilege. Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown, question of privilege.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was muted. I was trying to. My question of privilege is to OMB. I wanted my colleagues to understand that the senior citizen funding in budget and finance, I allocated that to the senior center van. So that is coming from the personal lapse fund. Now, this amendment that we're talking about that Delegate Walker made is coming from UUFB. So my understanding is this amendment is not, again, it is not taking away from the senior citizen. That was already dealt with, unless if somebody undid that, which I don't think that happened. So Delegate Daniels, I thought that that is going to be covering the shortfall for the Western Agency chapters plus Chinle chapter. And if OMB can make sure that this statement is in fact true, if you can clarify that for me and for my colleagues, so we are all on the same page. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Hey, question of privilege, OMB for clarification.
Mr. Speaker, this is Dominic Bial.
Yes.
The Exhibit G that's appended to the proposed legislation is the breakout of the $2.6 million of still available in from the Personal Lapse Savings Fund. So, as Delegate Brown is saying, $438,479 is included, which would go to Deltex Tuba City for senior citizen vans. So that's the recommendation. That's what the legislation reads, as proposed by the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bial.
Okay, and as Ms. Jim is giving me further information. Okay, there's an amendment that was made by, I believe it was NABI committee, which reduced that amount down to $328,000. So that would be the current figure that's there. Now, further, as I understand it, the motion from Delegate Walker, it's still reading as using the Personal Lapse Fund, and thereby reducing this amount even more.
Right.
And the discussion about perhaps transferring it, the fund source at least, to the UUFB, Ms. Bobroff explained that that's going to require more revision work to the amendment. That's my understanding of where we are at the moment from OMB, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, let me go ahead and continue back to Ledge Council. If there's a response on Honorable Eugene So's presentation or question.
Thank you, Speaker. This is This is Ms. Bobroff. I will defer to Ms. Khan to respond to that question. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Khan?
Mr. Speaker, this is Mariana Khan, Office of Legislative Counsel. And I'm sorry, but I thought it was a statement that that was made by Mr. So. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question. I am sorry. That's what I have to say, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Honorable Eugene So, if you could restate your question, I'm not going to take any time away.
So I was, my question was, how would it be ab autonomous auto Nahafik special button Miloko? It's already there, you know, every year. And how did this thing happen? But also, that's my question. Like, if you're going to fund something and every year it's the same amount, or it might go up a little bit, but every year it's earmarked for that department or division, or even for the stipend, etc. So if it's earmarked already, every year it's like this. That's like what veterans funds. Every year when we get money, so many percent goes into there. It's already earmarked. Nobody touches it. So how did that happen with chapter officials? That's what my question was. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mariana Khan again.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So with that, Ms. Khan?
I believe Dr. Yellowman gave an explanation of why there has been a shortfall in the amount of money for chapter officials. And if I heard correctly, she did go into the division of the amount of money that 3 branch chiefs were allocating, and that the amount that the division of community development and the chapters were given. She gave a description as to how that money is divided and how personnel within the division of community development and fringe benefits, how that takes a great deal of the money that is allocated. And in essence, I got that there's never enough money allocated, and that she had suggested that she was going to work on getting the chapters officials stipends for that to be officially or permanently allocated from fixed costs allocations that the 3 branch chiefs do at the beginning of the budget season each year. And that is my understanding is essentially there's never been enough money allocated from the get-go. And from being, that was my understanding of Ms. Dr. Yellowman's explanation of that situation, and that to remedy that would require officially putting in chapter official stipends into the fixed cost allocations that are made every year, and that she was going to work on that. Mr. Speaker, that's my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go to Dr. Yellowman. First, I know that we're waiting for a response on Herman Daniel's question about how much funding is currently in the budget for Western and Chinle chapter official stipends. And then the second is maybe you could help assist in answering So's question again, maybe not as thorough, but just an overview.
Good afternoon, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I believe it was Delegate Herman Daniels. You know that? If that's who you mentioned, Speaker. At the how far would this budget get us into the year? And we calculate that by mid-July, that chapters will be seeing a depletion of their chapter stipends. So in essence, it'll get us 10.5 months with a shortfall of 1.5 months for the first question. The second question to Delegate Eugene. So it is our long-term goal to recommend that a total amount be included for a fixed cost prior to or when the allocations are made at the 3 branches. When the annual allocations are discussed among the 3 branches and then allocated to the executive branch, that and I know that has been a goal of our term here, and it continues to be so. I just want to reference back to what Mr. Bial mentioned earlier, that when the 14.9 was allocated to DCD, there was 14.953. There was already a deficit from prior years, and the 1.8 was a significant amount, and we appreciate that. We appreciate that from the 3-branch discussion, and we appreciate that from the president's office. However, we were still operating at a deficit from prior years. So we are recalculating. As I mentioned before, it's possible that there's less restrictive funds to look at personnel lap funds if we pay the chapter stipend first and then look at a shortfall for the fringe benefits and then personnel. But ultimately, our goal is to remedy both. Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Daniels and Delegate So, thank you.
Thank you very much. That move on back to the floor on amendment number 4. Honorable Keon Begay. Keon Begay going twice.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Madam Chair Charles Lynn, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. I know that the question was asked about the personal lapse fund and whether it affects the DOLTEC budget. Speaker, I'm sorry, but I'm like in between the response and looking back at my BIM booklet, finding the definition of personal lapse fund, trying to skim through my BIM booklet. I don't know if I got the answer. I just need a straight yes or no. And so I know that this question has been asked. I just feel like it hasn't really been answered straightforward. It's just kind of going around in circles. So I need a straight yes or no.
What is that? Okay, go ahead. Hello?
I'm sorry, Speaker, are you talking to me?
What was the specific question then, so I can turn your question privilege so I can have, when Mr. Bial give you a yes or no question, answer.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe that that Delegate Nathaniel Brown asked that question. Well, I feel like he asked the question, but I don't know if it was ever answered straightforward. And the question is just very straightforward. If we take from the personal lapse fund to put towards this amendment, are we taking from Doltex and from our elders? I just need a straight yes or no.
With that, let me turn that over to Mr. Bial.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the question raised.
Yes.
The amendment reads that the funding would be reduced to provide the chapter stipends. Mr. Speaker.
Question and privilege?
Thank you. Question of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
I'm sorry, Speaker, but that doesn't answer my question. And so I just need to know, if I vote green for this amendment, am I voting to take away money from our elders and Doltex? If I vote red, am I saying that I don't support the chapter officials who are by law required to be paid their stipend? That's just what I'm trying to figure out. Thank you.
Mr. Bial.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
This is Dominic Bial. The way the amendment reads, Amendment 4, is that $84,996 would be taken from Daltex Tuba and transferred or made available for the chapter official stipends. And then furthermore, another $4,722 would fund Chinle chapter stipends. That's the effect of the amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, question of privilege from Jimmy Yellowhair, Nomination Council.
Honorable Yellowhair. Question of privilege. Honorable Yellowhair. Question of privilege.
Hello, I was on mute. Thank you, Speaker, and 24 Councilman. This is going to be it's going to go to Dr. Yellowman. I want to make clear this one here. 50-50 formula when this happened, and just go to my brother Shinani, Honorable James. So 50-50 formula when this happened, and those bigger chapters like Cuba City and Chinle chapter, Shiprock chapter, Crown Point chapters, when this happened, 50-50 formula, they already got enough money to cover their stipend for the chapter's official. The problem in 50-50 formula is for those small chapters like Black Mesa, Forest Lake, they have the problems with underfund on stipend. When this happened, so
my reason is during a B&I committee budget meeting, I gave $61,393 to Chinle Central. I took out to Chinle Central for all the chapters in there, Chinle agency. I gave $61,393, but not to give to Chinle chapter because Chinle chapters got a lot of money already. All they do is modify and put a budget together, and the stipend's already there for them. Dr. Yellowman, if I'm correct, through you to explain this my issues because I already gave enough money for Chinle agency, but I didn't give them money to Chinle chapter because 50-50 formula. They got advantage on these 4
Honorable
big
Yellow Hair,
chapters.
so your question on privilege?
That was my question to Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, Dr. Yellowman, question on privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. We do have we do have some spreadsheets and some numbers to share that the there are some not discrepancies, but just some major differences when we look at, and many of you already know, based on the 50-50 formula and the voter registration. We do try to work closely with the, we do try to get the most updated numbers on the voter registration and then apply them to these formulas. And how they're appropriated, or the language into which some of these legislations specifically state the chapter stipends. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, it is correct in that there seems to be some numbers and discrepancies for the smaller chapters versus the 4 larger chapters. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go down on the main motion. Jimmy Yellowhair. What was yours?
Yes. Otto Aheha, Speaker, for 24th Councilman. For Chinle Central Agency, I think we took care of their stipend. And Chinle already got a lot of money there in Shiprock and Tuba City, and also Shiprock. You don't have to worry about that one. That is my formula that I seen there 2 years ago. He thought they're not on there. I think I have to change my formula percentage again. Respect the Shiprock, Tuba City, and Shiprock and Chinle. I'd like to reserve my time, Speaker. I think I'd like to make it clear to my brother, Honorable Eugene. So you're doing good. You have money. I'd like to reserve my time, Speaker. Yeah.
Serve your time for 4:15, 4 minutes, 15 seconds. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time on the main motion? Miguel Miguel, are you back on the line?
Speaker, question privilege or point of privilege?
Question of privilege, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, are we on the main motion or are we still on the amendment? Thank you.
We are on amendment number 4.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 52 seconds.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, Speaker. So I guess I'm just really having a hard time with this discussion right now. The way that I'm hearing this is we're taking from the elders and the disabled to pay our chapter officials, and I wonder, what exactly are our chapters accomplishing, and how are they helping our people? I know that there's some chapters that are really good that report on the way that they help the community. And I say community because one thing that did come up during COVID is that there were a lot of people who were turned away because they were not voting members of the chapters that they went to for help. I thought that when we're giving general funds that we're giving to all the people, but when it comes to chapters, I question a lot of the work or the work that's not being done by the chapters on behalf of all of our people. And I do have to say that it is hard because yesterday the issue, and I believe Delegate Crotty brought this up already, the issue yesterday was taking from one program to help another. And we couldn't even help the prosecutor's office yesterday because we chose furniture and $100,000 renovation for a bathroom. And now we want to take from our elders to pay chapter officials. I just don't think that that's right. And I'm going to vote red on this amendment, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
At 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Moving down on the reserve time. Honorable Freeland, 32 seconds.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I just wanted just to ask if we could get your interpretation, if that's okay, of what this would do, if it would take money out of the services, if we could get that interpretation from you and your thoughts on the Speaker. And also carryovers, are there going to be any carryovers from any chapter stipends? I imagine probably from the larger chapters, but what would those carryovers look like? Thank you. I waive the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
To answer your question about the carryovers, I defer that question to Dr. Yellowman. But my interpretation of this amendment is that the personnel lapse fund that was allocated, I do believe there was a little over $6 million that was available. And out of that $6 million, the Budget and Finance Committee divvied up portions of those dollars to the unmet needs of Deltex. And at that unmet needs that Honorable Nate Brown had indicated, that allocation in this case was to Tuba City for $418,479. So what's going to happen now is because what this amendment is doing is it's taking 84,996 plus another, what is the other one, 4,000? Go down. $4,722. You add those two up, it's taking those two amounts away from what is allocated in the unmet needs, from the unmet needs of Tuba City's Deltex program. That's what is my understanding. If you're asking, as you did ask in the chambers, if this is going to be taking away against any kind of appropriation towards personnel funds, I do not believe that is the case. This is just for unmet needs. And as indicated by Honorable Brown's thorough thoughts when he did raise this amendment, this was funding for the unmet needs, particularly in Tuba City, to provide services like buying vehicles, new vehicles for their programs. Honorable Freeland. With that, Dr. Yellowman, on a carryover amount, is there an average amount? Well, not an average, but there will be carryover amounts in the chapter stipends accounts for each one of them. Is there any way you can provide that carryover amount?
Okay. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you all for the conversation and dialogue. there will be carryover. We are running our latest numbers for that, but not all chapters will have carryover. But we are printing that right now. Thank you.
Okay, so as soon as you get that, we can send that out. At least chief of staff, or if you could send it to 24th Nomination Council, I appreciate that.
And this be printed to. Okay. Yeah. Chairman.
With that,
Thank you.
Moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 2 minutes and 24 seconds on amendment number 4. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, going twice, 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty going 3 times. With that, moving on down. Honorable Herman Daniels, 1 minute and 24 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you.
1 minute and 22 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 1 minute and 36 seconds.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Yard from the Tuba City dog tax is something that is very important and is much needed there. And even though it's meant for what was stated earlier, those are still services provided to the senior citizen within that region. It's just not in the community of Tuba City. Dog taxi, I don't the fact that when Cameron goes down, Tuba helps. There used to be a dog tax center in Gap, so I believe what I understand is Tuba City is providing that service at some point to try to help those services that in that vicinity. They don't have to travel in. And those are just my concerns pertaining to that. You know, maybe why don't take it from Cameron? You know, or maybe why not take it from another agency? But Tuba is a hub point that provides a greater vicinity. So I'm going to vote red against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto So. Moving on down. Chairman Edwin Yazzie. 3 minutes and 13 seconds.
All right, Speaker, members of the council, everyone that's listening, I'm ready to vote and waive my time.
That Honorable Eugene So, 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
Che.
Oh.
Don't be able to explain what the monitoring during fourth quarter. I would like to ask that question. And also, Chinle chapters covering the whole Chinle Central Agency during the pandemic regards to COVID-19. You can't not just sergeant. So that's my question. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time. 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Speaker.
Yes, Vice Chair Walker.
Speaker, this is Thomas Walker. Got it okay. Snanda, about when Niki the Nature. So there are a number of concerns and questions raised over this amendment. The source of the funding to address the chapter official stipend shortfall, that's what we're looking at. Although the personal lapse fund, that's last year's funding that's unused. It does not take away from senior citizen centers operations currently or even next year's. What Jaco mentioned was another possible source of funding would be the UUFB, and I already indicated if that's possible, I would consider that. So I would consider that, and at this time I want to request to withdraw this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Now with that, I'm going to withdraw the amendment number known as Amendment Number 4. Honorable Paul McGee, as a second.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I had just texted there about a couple minutes ago requesting to speak. And my thoughts is we had a pretty good discussion, and I believe we heard from all angles. And yes, my heart is with our elderly, and we need to help them as much as we can. And my request to speak was, in fact, to withdraw from my second motion. So I will concur with the motioning party to withdraw also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, colleagues, as Amendment Number 4, motion and second, there's no motion or a second on that. Both have been withdrawn. So that, colleagues, we go back to the main motion. If you're just joining us, if you've been listening in now to the question, we are on legislation 0182-21, sponsored by Chairman Hinu, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Crotty, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona. We do have a main motion by Honorable Keon Gay, second by Chairman Edmund Yazzie on the agenda here, or on the legislation. With that, colleagues, the last individual to speak was Honorable Vice Chair Walker. And now I have nobody else in the queue, colleagues. Any other further comments or questions before we go back to reserve time? If not,
Question of privilege, Speaker.
353. Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Young, question of privilege.
Speaker, thank you. Can you give us the lineup at this point for reserve time so that we know, where we're at in the lineup? Thank you.
Yes. I'm going back to reserve time. This is the lineup. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 16 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, 3 minutes, 8 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Luton, 4 minutes, 46 seconds. Honorable Herman Daniels, 2 minutes, 26 seconds. Honorable Otto So, 1 minute, 18 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 3 minutes, 44 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes, 34 seconds. And Vice Chair Walker, 3 minutes and 33 seconds. So with that, back to the front of the line, Madam Chair Amber Crotty is actually I'm Chairman, Madam Crotty is excused for the next 2 hours. That, moving on down. Honorable Eugene So. 3 minutes and 8 seconds on the main motion.
Sabahal Speaker. Thank you, Chair.
8. 3 minutes and 7 seconds. That, moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. 4 minutes and 46 seconds on the main motion.
Speaker, I would like to offer at this time a conditions of appropriations. Can we have Office of Legislative Services send that out? Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 36 seconds. What is it in reference to? Madam Chair.
Speaker, I hope this doesn't take away from my time.
I don't know. Well, is this to NDPS?
This is to the Division of Public Safety regarding the 638 contract.
Okay, because there's a couple of them. That's the reason why. Got it? Well, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 4 on page 3 of Exhibit H, Conditions of Appropriations, COA of the legislation, as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021. Add a new subpoint 7 under Division of Public Safety as shown in the underlined text below. New paragraph 7. 7, the Division of Public Safety Director shall provide the Law and Order Committee, LOC, a copy of all current public law, PL 93-638, law enforcement, criminal investigation, and detention contracts and annual funding agreements and scopes of work. These documents shall be provided to the LOC by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2022, end of new language. 2, renumber re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent in improving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
She never would have shown that.
Thank you very much with that. There's a motion for amendment number
Eugene So.
4. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, second. Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, any comments and questions at this time? Twice.
Speaker, request of moving party. This is Delegate Daniel So.
Daniel So, go ahead, floor is yours.
Oh.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Could I ask the moving parties to amend their amendment to include all members of the Navajo Nation Council and not just LOC? Thank you, Speaker, and I reserve the rest of my time.
For that, Chairman Daniel So, every time 4 minutes, 33 seconds. That, Madam Chair, Charles Newman, there's a request to modify.
Thank you, Delegate Daniel So. Thank you for making that excellent amendment. I am good with that amendment.
For clarity, Chairman Daniel, so is that in a condition of appropriation for this to be enacted to individual committees or to the non-PHA committee as a whole or to the council? All 4 or 5 standing committees or the council?
Thank you, Speaker. To respond to your question, I hope it doesn't take away from my time. I would ask that to all members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Because it's yeah. 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 Request to modify, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record. This will be the modification, Madam Chair Charleston.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, will read new paragraph 7. The Division of Public Safety Director shall provide the Navajo Nation Council a copy of all current public law PL 93-638 law enforcement, criminal investigation and detention contracts and annual funding agreements and scopes of work. These documents shall be provided to the Navajo Nation Council by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2022. Mr. Speaker.
Madam Chair Charleston, you good with the modification?
I'm good with the modification, Speaker.
As a second, Honorable Eugene So.
110% for it. Thank you.
Great. That, colleagues, go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions on amendment number 4 at this time? Now, let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Daniel So, 4 minutes and 33 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll waive the balance of my time on this particular amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions on this? Amendment number 4. Chairman Henio.
Miguel Hasatsule, Speaker Damon, and Shinondakin, 4th Navajo Nation Council. Good know just one thing, and the question I have on this condition of appropriations are usually sanctions, but okay, either to cut 10% of the director's salary if this was not met, or freezing the travel funds. So my question would be: is where would this? Should this be part of the COA? I think that's what's missing. Are they? If it's not part of it and the director does not deliver, then there's really no teeth to it. Reserve my time. Thank you.
4 minutes and 22 seconds on reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, go back to you as a sponsor.
I thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chair Henyo, for bringing that to my attention. You are correct in that there's really no course of action in the event that this is not provided to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So, Speaker and Dana, I will need some guidance on this. Can we include language in this to do both? To do the 10% from the director's salary and to cut off the travel funds, or can we do just one? Can I get some guidance on that, Speaker?
Oh, let me go to Ms. Barbara on that. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker, and Delegate Chairman Henyo and Chairwoman Charles Newton. If you will look at the Exhibit H that was adopted by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, it is part of your committee report. On page 4 of Exhibit H, it provides the guidance or what happens with failure to comply with a condition of appropriation may result in the following. I'm reading it to you. 1. Based on its quarterly condition of appropriation status report, the Office of Management and Budget will immediately report a program's non-compliance to the respective division director, appropriate branch chief, appropriate oversight committee, and to the Budget and Finance Committee. 2, OMB will notify the Budget and Finance Committee of any non-compliance. After consultation with the program director, the Office of the Controller, OMB, and upon recommendation of the appropriate oversight committee, the Budget and Finance Committee may, by resolution, vote to A, implement a freeze on the program's expenditure of travel funds or withhold up to 10% of the program director's gross salary, B, extend the time period for the program to fulfill the condition, or vacate the condition if it is unfeasible for the program to fulfill. 3, the controller shall immediately freeze the program's travel fund or withhold 10% of the gross salary of the program director of the responsible program after 10 working days from the Budget and Finance Committee's resolution, provided that there has been no filing with the Office of Hearings and Appeals. Thank you, Speaker. So in answer to the concern brought up, that language, which applies to already all conditions of appropriations, is included in the legislation. As I said, it's at on page 4 of the Exhibit H approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. So in short, those are the teeth. What I just read is the teeth in your conditions of appropriation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for that response. With that, colleagues, we'll go back to the floor on amendment number 4. Is there any further comments or discussion? Before I go back to reserve time. Not? Chairman Henio, 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
You can answer to the, I'll wait the rest of my time.
You. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 4? Are we ready to vote? One twice. One 3 times. Let's go to the board on amendment number 4.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable K. Begay Jr. Honorable K. Begay Jr. Honorable K. Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knappsot Claudius excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green. This is Daniel.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Tanao Halona.
Lorna votes green.
Honorable Tanao Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Delegate Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James via text votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazi. Honorable
Green.
Evan Yazi. Honorable Evan Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment number 4. Pat, let's go ahead and continue on back to the lineup on reserve time. Honorable Herman Daniels, 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
Time at 2 minutes, 25 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 1 minute and 18 seconds. Otto So, 1 minute and 18 seconds on the main motion. Twice. What? Wait, on the main motion? Reserve time on the main motion. 1 minute, 17 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 3 minutes and 44 seconds on the main motion.
I reserve my time, Speaker.
Minutes and 3 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay on the main motion, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. On the main motion, Honorable Keon Begay, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Going twice. Honorable Keon Begay, going 3 times. We're on down, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes and 34 seconds on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm waiting for 2 COAs, so I will reserve my time. Thank you.
4 minutes, 31 seconds. Moving on down, Vice Chair Walker, 3 minutes and 33 seconds.
Speaker, I reserve my time.
2. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time?
Questions, Your Chair.
Not, let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Eugene So, I'll come back to you in reserve time. You're second in line. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 4 minutes and 16 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to motion for an amendment. If staff can help me, this would be the amendment on the fixed cost for the Navajo Utah Commission and Navajo Department of Economic Development, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Every time. 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Mr. Rico, you have that amendment? We do not have that amendment in the chambers, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Was it sent to yourself?
I could look for it. I do have, Speaker, I could look for it. I do have an amendment that was sent out at 107, and it's a COA. Do they have that document as an amendment?
On the OMB,
Yes, Speaker.
yeah, we have that one. That, go to Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Navajo Council. Amendment number 5, 1 on page 4 of Exhibit H, Conditions of Appropriation, COA of the legislation as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021. Add a new subpoint 2 under Office of Management and Budget, OMB, as shown in the underlined text below. New paragraph 2 underscore pursuant to CS 4412. OMB was awarded $400,000 to be used for an analysis and study of the federal budget performance budget branches structure project. The OMB director shall report in writing and verbally the detailed results of the analysis and study of the federal budget performance budget branches structure project to the Budget and Finance Committee by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2022, end of new language. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, on amendment number 5, the motion by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Is there a second?
Second, Charles Newton.
Second by Chairman Henio. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 5?
I have a question on Amendment 5, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Just for clarification, can I get some information on what analysis and study of the federal budget performance budget branches structure project is? I reserve the rest of my time.
Every time at 4 minutes, 50 seconds. That's a tongue teaser. Support. Let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker and Chair Charles Newton, for the question. If I could defer to OMB regarding if that project title is correct and to provide a description. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues.
That OMB, is that title correct? Analysis of the study of the federal budget grant structure.
Mr. Speaker, this is Dominic Bial.
Yes.
Members of the council, responding to the question by Delegate Charles Newton on this proposed amendment by Delegate Crotty. The title is correct as it reads in September of 2012. The then branch chiefs, considering the various budget matters, decided to not award but allocate $400,000 for this particular study. And Subsequently, OMB did do an RFP and engage an outside consultant who helped address some of this. But as we speak, there still remains a balance, and the overall project is not complete, which is why the apparently the COA is being submitted at this time. And as it reads, an analysis and study of the federal budget process, performance budgeting, and then branches structuring project. That was the intent at the time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bial. That, I'm gonna go back to the floor. Any other further comments, questions on amendment number 5? There's not, let me go back to Madam Chair Charles Newman with reserved time with 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. That doesn't really answer my question, Mr. Bial. The title does say study, but what is the study specifically supposed to be looking at? I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you. 4:45. Was that? Is it 4:45 is your reserve time? Let me go back to Mr. Bial.
Mr. Speaker, this is Dominic Bial.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Okay. Again, I'll emphasize where it reads the analysis and study of the federal budget process, the performance budgeting methodology, and then the branches structuring project. That again is the stated purpose of this funding. So, to elaborate further, the concern of the branch chiefs back then, and then furthermore the BNF committee and the then council, was to take a more careful look at the federal budgeting process and methodology, because as we all know, the current budget, about 2/3 of it is external funds, primarily the federal budget. And then the performance budgeting part of it. Back then, 2012 roughly, the Navajo Nation, and it's included in the BIMs ever since, it mentions performance budgeting as the method by which the Navajo government should use. Therefore, that's why every year during the budgeting process and even quarterly, OMB and then working with the various divisions, branches, and the programs comes out with the performance measures based on Budget Form 2's, the goals and objective statements. We report that every quarter. So that's the purpose of that. That's where that came from. So that part is largely implemented, but certainly it can be improved. And then the branches structuring project would be based on these budgeting and federal budgeting processes. Is there any recommendations to the structure of the branches and or divisions, so forth, to effectuate improvements, more effectiveness, efficiency, etc.? That was the general scope of the whole project. And as I said, parts of this has been done, maybe not fully completely, but that's the overview again, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, this will be all. Going on down. Any other further comments or questions, colleagues? Before I go back to reserve time. All right.
Speaker?
Okay. Hello? That, we'll go back to Madam Chair Charles Noonan. 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't have any other questions. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. That, colleagues, are there any other comments or questions on amendment number 5? Going twice. Going 3 times. Square board.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Amber Knutsbach Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henny votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Okay.
Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay via text votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Otto So votes red. That, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Okay, with that, 20 in favor, 1 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. On amendment number 5.
Speaker Solona, I vote red or green.
Honorable what is your vote?
I vote green
Vote green.
on the last amendment.
With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
21 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion carries. On amendment number 5. That, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the board. I was on reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 3 minutes and 7 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on down. Our reserve time is 3 minutes, 6 seconds. Madam Chair, Charles Nguyen, 4 minutes and 36 seconds. On the main motion.
I would like to offer an amendment, Speaker, for the prosecutors and their carryover. I reserve the rest of my time.
That your reserve time is 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So, yeah, Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Nomination Council. Amendment number 6, 1, amend Exhibit F, recommended carryovers for the FY22 Navajo Nation budget to delete the overstricken text and insert the underlying text as follows. From Law and Order Committee Resolution LOCAU-08-21, business unit numbers 104001, DOJ, Office of the Attorney General, new language underscored unexpended balances. Next column, underscore all, overstrike remaining, underscore unexpended, end of underscore balances consolidated to 104005 to support the prosecutors. Business unit number 104002, DOJ, Navajo Hopi Legal Services, new language underscore unexpended balances. Next column, all overstrike remaining, and insert unexpended balances consolidated to 104005 to support the prosecutors. Business unit 104005, DOJ, Office of the Prosecutor, new language underscore unexpended balances. Next column, remaining balances. 2, read number, read letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, there is amendment number 6, motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Otto So. That, colleagues, I do have Vice Chair Slater in the queue. Almost Slater, what's yours?
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Delegate Charles Newton, for offering this amendment. I asked the Office of Legislative Counsel to draft this yesterday when the original idea to take money from the Washington office and bring it over to the prosecutor's office faced uphill political reality. And I thought there was a recommendation from the Attorney General to use the carryovers that the Law and Order Committee had previously authorized for in their consideration of the budget and consolidate those into the prosecutor office budget. And I still stand in support of that, but had second thoughts today because I thought it might be more appropriate for yourself or someone else who wanted to make this amendment to move forward and respect the wishes that the Law and Order Committee had originally made, since that option was available yesterday and it wasn't taken up. I didn't want to interfere in the Law and Order Committee's efforts and what their will was in carrying over those budgets within those programs instead of consolidating them into the prosecutor's office. So I think this is a really good and important amendment. I appreciate Delegate Crotty's leadership on trying to stand up support for this office and the last few budget cycles that I've observed or participated in, and for Delegate Charles Newton trying to get the support in yesterday's budget. I think one thing to note is that I think it's $268,000 was already appropriated to the prosecutor's office from the Personal Lapse Savings Fund, and I believe that was done in the Budget and Finance Committee. And then their carryover, which, let's see here, I think on the 6th of September was estimated to be about $118,000, was also already authorized. The unmet needs budget that they provided was $463,000. So this would consolidate some other business units within DOJ. And I think with all of those funding sources, we'll get the prosecutor's office well over what they requested, and hopefully should be able to include the item that Madam Chair included yesterday, which is the legal secretary, which is not included in their unmet needs budget, but it will cover that as well as the other items in the unmet needs budget. So, Speaker, I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
That reserved time at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Colleagues, any other comments or questions on amendment number 6?
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So, Council, and thank you for this amendment, Chair Charles Newton. I was gonna mention, yesterday we discussed the comprehensive carryover approach. The document I received was 38 pages. I just need to know, is that the recommendation from OMB on how to move forward with the carryover? And I did hear some concerns from delegates on performance. So, Speaker, that amendment is not being developed because of the challenges. I would need some guidance. Should we ask for modifications to this amendment to propose the carryovers? I have the document and I could provide the business unit numbers, but I would need to know how, what would be the way that Legislative Council recommends moving forward with the carryover request. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 56 seconds. Ms. Barbara, I'll go back to you on that request.
Thank you, Speaker and Delegate Crotty. I am going to have Ms. Tapaya answer that question as she has been working on that particular amendment. She's right here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the easiest way would be just to add it to Exhibit F. The Exhibit F is posted on DIB, and we can just get a revised Exhibit F that would add that to the carryovers. Exhibit F is all the carryovers.
Are you following what she asked?
I thought you wanted carryovers, right?
Comprehensive, the comprehensive list.
We could hear you, Ms. Dana.
Oh, that's, thank you. Let me turn that off.
Honorable Delegate Crotty, I do have amendment language for the body of the legislation that will be a catch-all for all the carryovers. I can email that to you. Give me 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Pahi. Or, I'm sorry, Speaker, thank you.
My question is that amendment going to be a modification to this current amendment that has been raised by Madam Chair Charles Lewin, or is that a separate amendment on its own?
Thank you, Speaker. It will be a separate amendment, and essentially what it will do is carry over all funds that are not individually designated in Exhibit F. So no, it will not affect this one. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, that means you're not going to request to modify it this time? Am I correct? Because you originally requested for a modification. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I haven't seen the amendment, so if it's complicated, I can make the amendment on my own reserve time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. All right, so there's no request to modify it this time. So with that, colleagues, any other further comments, questions on amendment number 6 at this time? Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Slater, 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
I'll waive my time, Speaker. I'm ready to vote.
Give you time.
Sent it out.
That, moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 3 minutes and 56 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. If Chair Charles Lewin is able to see the amendment sent out by Ms. Tapahi, I would just like to see if we can modify this amendment. If not, I'm open to either suggestion. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, it was suggested by my Ledge Council to have that one as a separate amendment.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So I'll withdraw my motion, my modification request. Thank you, Speaker.
Ms. Barbara, were you going to say something?
Thank you, Speaker. I was going to say the same thing that you did. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, withdrawing one more time. So I have nobody else with the reserve time at this time. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 6? Going twice. Going 3 times, go to board on amendment number 6.
Honorable Alma Brigay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Alma Brigay votes green. Honorable Cal McGay Jr.
Okay, Kale, what's green?
Honorable Cal McGay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul McGay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul McGay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset Cardi.
Shalom, Delegate Amber Keenan Cardi, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesset Cardi votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Paul Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Paul Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is your share?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy O'Hare votes green. Going back up. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
19 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries on amendment number 6. Let's continue on down, colleagues. Honorable Daniels, 2 minutes and 25 seconds. On reserve time.
Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
10:24 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So. 1 minute, 17 seconds. Every time to 1 minute, 16 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Ellahare, 3 minutes and 43 seconds.
I reserve my time, Speaker, please. Thank you.
3 minutes and 41 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay on the main motion, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Keon Begay going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes, 31 seconds.
Speaker, I'd like to offer an amendment for a carryover for the Division of General Services to perform building evaluations for, I believe, 25 buildings. I'll reserve my remaining time.
4 minutes, 19 seconds.
Okay.
You guys got it? Mr. Rico, amendment number 7 by Honorable Slater. Motion.
Second by Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 7, 1, add the following carryovers. Request to Exhibit F. Column 1, program title, Division of General Services. Column 2, business unit number. Business unit numbers 11-2001, 11-2003, 11-2004, 11-2006, 11-2007, 11-2008, 11-2009, 11-2010. Third column amount. All remaining funds will address the unmet needs for the Division of General Services Administration to conduct a comprehensive facilities and buildings assessment evaluation. Consolidate to 11-2001. Program will report to oversight every quarter. OMB shall update all exhibits and cumulative amounts as necessary to reflect this amendment. 2, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
That Honorable Slater's motion, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Comments, questions, colleagues on amendment number 7? Going twice. Going 3 times. Good board. On amendment number 7.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Okay, Calvin votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanisaw Crotty.
This is Delegate Amber Kanisaw Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanisaw Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Kenya votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote, allocations, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. And Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
I vote DOT. Can I speak with Daryl Brown?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, colleagues, for that. 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, let me continue on down, colleagues. I have unreserved time. Vice Chair Walker, 3 minutes and 32 seconds.
Speaker, I reserve my time.
Your time. 3 minutes and 31 seconds. With that, any other comments or questions, colleagues, before we go back to reserve time again? Yeah, I haven't gone back to the sponsor of the legislation. Would the sponsor like to say anything at this time? No. Okay. Continue on down, back on reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes and 4 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm having some technical issues here. If I could ask Legislative Council to forward the DED amendment, I'd be grateful, so that could get out to the council delegates, and I'd like to motion that amendment. Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
DED amendment? You guys have that one?
Division of Economic Development. It's a fixed cost. Thank you, Speaker.
It's I'll reserve your time at 3:35. Which council, do you guys have that? We don't have that here at the chambers.
Thank you, Speaker. I will have Ms. Tapaye send that out directly. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. As we're waiting for the document amendment to be sent over to Office of Legislative Services here in the chambers. If you're just joining us, colleagues, or if you're back on the line, or if you're listening live to our budget session here today, we are having our third day of our annual budget session for the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And we did have, we are having it on legislation 0182-21, sponsored by Chairman Henio. And we do have a motion and a second. We have gone through multiple different debates, and we have approved 7 amendments as of today in our third day. We are going to continue on. I do believe that Madam Chair Amber Crotty is raising amendment number 8 at this time. As soon as we get that, we'll read that into the record. Or something. Something just came in. No. No, I have something right here, which is fixed cost. Is this Jalissa's right here? Yeah. Actually, coming in now. So there's 3 of them. Is that what you have? No, I don't have this. Right there. She probably sent that one to you now. That one right there. Up there on top now.
Where are they sending you? I sent it to you.
Got it? We got it, colleagues. Sending that out as we speak. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record. Oh. Oh, we just sent it.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 8. 1, in Exhibit E, fiscal year 2022 fixed cost budget summary as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021, and accepted by the Navajo Committee on September 7th, 2021. Add new row 19 at the bottom of the table for business unit number 101018 with the new underlying information as follows. Column 1 underscore new. Column 2 underscore Navajo Utah Commission. Column 3 underscore $15,153. Column 10 underscore $15,153. Recalculate all figures and totals in Exhibit E to account for this $15,153 increase in the expenditures from the fixed cost account. Replace the original Exhibit E with a new revised Exhibit E that will reflect the changes described in this amendment, paragraph 1, and will be provided by the Office of Management and Budget when available. Revise other exhibits if necessary to account for this $15,153 increase. This amendment reallocates $15,153 in 5,000/5110 lease and rental building for the Navajo Utah Commission NUC that were originally proposed to be paid for using NUC's general funds operating budget. This amendment now pays the $15,000 and $153,000 using the fixed cost account. NUC has provided a budget amendment form showing the reallocation of the $15,153 to other NUC costs, i.e. regular and fringe benefits. 2, in Exhibit E, fiscal year 2022 fixed cost budget summary as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021, and accepted by the Navajo Committee on September 7th, 2021. Add a new row 20 at the bottom of the table for a new business unit number with the new underlying information as follows. Column 1, new, underscore new. Column 2, division economic development. Column 3, underscore $184,449. Column 10, underscore $184,449. Recalculate all figures and totals in Exhibit E to account for this $184,449 increase. Replace the original Exhibit E with the new revised Exhibit E that will reflect the changes described in this amendment, paragraph 2, and will be provided by the Office of Management and Budget when available. Revise other exhibits if necessary to account for this $184,449 increase. This amendment reallocates $184,449 in line item 5,000/5110 lease and rental building expenses for the Division of Economic Development, DED, that were originally proposed to be paid for using DED's general fund operating budget. This amendment now pays the $184,449 using the fixed cost account. DED has provided a budget amendment form showing the reallocation of the $184,449 to other DED costs, i.e. consulting and other technical services. 3, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget with notice to the sponsor of the legislation are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other council amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Also included with this amendment are the, let me see here. Our budget forms for the referenced fixed costs requests, budget form 1, the budget amendment form, budget form 1, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues. Or with that, Mr. Rico, we do have a motion. Is there, by Madam Chair Amber Crotty on amendment number 8, is there a second? Second, Chairman Daniel So.
Brown, I'll second.
Colleagues, any comments, questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. Go to board on amendment number 8.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Elmer Begay Jr.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Honorable K. Elmer Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knausbach Carty.
Shema, this is Delegate Amber Knausbach-Carty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knausbach Carty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Vicky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Vicky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, okay, show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Otto So votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaking of not voting, motion carries on amendment number 8. Let's continue on down. Honorable, back to the main motion. Honorable Eugene So, 3 minutes and 6 seconds.
Hi, Shepherd, is in English, Shay.
Thank you. 3:05 on reserve time. With that, Madam Chair, Charles Newman, 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I'd like to call upon President Jonathan Naz to ask if he approves with the renovation fund budget that is going to Washington, D.C. House. Number 2, I'd like to ask the Veterans Administration Director questions regarding the chapter fund staying at the chapter for Northern and Eastern Agency and not going to the agency fund, in addition to stipends for color guard. And number 3, I'd like to ask, can the land acquisition trust fund be used to establish chapters in the metropolitan area? I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
That's 52 seconds.
I'm
Chief
sorry,
Paulson,
Speaker, what is my time?
3 minutes and 52 seconds. Reserve time. Chief Paulson Chaco, are you on the line? Anybody on from OPVP?
Speaker, hi, this is Christopher Bahi. I'm on the line.
Mr. Bahi, there's a question directly to the president. I don't know if the president is available.
Mr. Speaker and Delegate Charles Newman, I'm sorry, but at the present moment, the president is attending an event at the Nazlini Senior Center. So that event started at 2:30. So that's where he's at presently.
Madam Chair, without taking any time away, what was the question? Maybe we can have that get that from them. I don't know, through in writing. I guess that's probably the best we can do at this time. Reference to the property in DC.
Without taking time away, Speaker, first I have to say that it is very disappointing that our president is not making himself available to answer questions about a budget that he approved, and he would rather do photo ops than sit here with council to discuss the budget. The question that I have is, does President Nez approve the renovation budget that was submitted by Santee Lewis for the Washington, D.C. House? I will be happy to send him an email and the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council, and I would be happy to also ask him that question on social media, but I know that it's not going to be answered. I think that that question should be answered here at budget. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Bahi, I don't know if you got that.
Speaker, yes, I did get the question. Thank you.
Okay. Second, is Mr. Zorline on the line? Is Mr. Zorline from the Veterans Administration on the line? Mr. Bahi is, since you're representing OPVP, I guess, is Mr. Zorline available?
Speaker, I just got a hold of Mr. Zwerline by phone. He's going to go ahead and call in now. Thank you. I'm sorry, Speaker, were you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I was
Double
waiting.
checking, sir. Thank you.
This is Director Zorlan. I'm on the call.
So, Mr. Zorline, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Thank you. Good afternoon. There was a question pertaining to the veterans budgets regarding Northern and Eastern. We were from Madam Chair Charles Newton. Do you have an update on that?
No, sir. The update's the same as it was yesterday. We still don't have the final data. And based on the question that I thought I'd heard this morning, we were now being asked to do the complete budget forms. So that was more than what was being asked for originally. So we are still putting all that data together.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Yes, question privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Question is actually what can I get an explanation on what Mr. Zorline means by data?
Zorline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. The data is the breakout on how the budget allocations for each chapter veterans organization would be broken out into the object codes listed on the appropriate budget forms on the Form 1 and the Form 4. Hope that answers your question, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Yes, Madam Chair Charles Newton, question of privilege.
Speaker, this question is for you. If the budget, or actually maybe you and Dana, if the budget forms 1 and 4 are not completed, then is it unlawful as lawmakers to pass a comprehensive budget that includes a division or director that has not submitted complete budget forms? Thank you, Speaker.
You're referring to, okay, the budget forms have not been completed. We've asked of the budget forms to be completed, but in this case, they're not completed. So you're saying what? I guess your question then, is there anything that can be done through the budget on the administration portion? I would have to refer that question to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I'm a little bit confused. It was my understanding that the Veterans Office has submitted the appropriate budget forms for the for the recommended, the appropriation that was recommended by the Health Education Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee. However, there has been a request made for new budget forms so that an amendment could be made. So that's how I'm understanding it, but an amendment has not been made at this point in time. If somebody could clarify to me if I am understanding what's happening correctly.
Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, would this take time away from my time?
Oh, you're on a question of privilege.
Thank you, as Speaker, and also thank you, Dana. So I did ask Mr. Zwerlein whether the chapter funds are going to be staying at the chapters that are within the Eastern and Northern agency, and the stipends for color guards. And Mr. Zwerlein came back and said there's no change from yesterday because there's no data. So I came back and asked, what do you mean by no data? And he said the breakout on the budget allocation on Form 1 and Form 4. So I guess I myself am also a little bit confused because I don't know exactly why my answer or my question can't be answered regarding our veterans. And so it sounds like the budget forms are not completed because my question is not being answered. So I then asked a question of privilege, which is, if the budget forms are not completed, then is it lawful for us as lawmakers to pass a comprehensive budget that includes a budget that is not that does not have complete budget forms? And so, Dana, your understanding is also my understanding, which is the budget forms have been passed by Hassan Budget and Finance, which is why I don't understand why Mr. Zwerlein is coming back saying that he has no data, and that the breakout on budget allocations for Form 1 and Form 4 are not completed. So that's where I stand, Speaker. If somebody could help me in getting my questions answered, I think that it is important that our veterans understand in Northern and also in Eastern agency that the funds will remain at the chapter level. And if so, I want to know what that amount is, because in my mind, that should have already been done. If we are listening to our veterans, that should have already been done. So I don't understand what the data that is being brought up, I guess how that correlates with the budget. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I think I can provide clarifying information to Chair Charles Newton.
Mrs. Zwerlein, go ahead.
Madam Chair, the budget documents that are currently part of the legislation that Council is debating are complete budget documents. They contain all the data in the Form 1 and the Form 4 for the Veterans Trust Fund for all 5 agencies. Those budget numbers were approved by HES, and then they were approved by Budget and Finance. There is now an amendment being requested asking me to change the data, the funding allocation that is included in the complete budget forms for Northern Agency and for Eastern Agency. And the way that I'm being asked to change those budget forms requires complete new calculations. And I don't have all of that information yet to be able to complete all of those new calculations to produce the numbers that go into the Form 4 and the Form 1. And that's what we're trying to get to be able to make those forms to be able to comply with the request. It is more practical to say that with the budget forms the way they currently are, as they were approved by the oversight committee, that we can move forward with those numbers. And I would recommend a condition of appropriation that I report to oversight indicating how the individual CV
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, point of order, Madam Chair, Charles Newman.
Speaker, Mr. Zwerline kind of started speaking robotic and started fading out. I don't know if I'm the only one that had that issue on my end.
Mrs. Orline, you're cutting out. Mrs. Orline? Mr. Zorline.
Want their own CVO allocation.
Mr. Zorline, we lost you for about the last 45 seconds. Mr. Zorline? Madam Chair, Charles Newman, we lost Mr. Zorline.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. I did hear Madam Chair's comments that my connection was sounding funny. My question back that was not heard was, what was the last part that was heard through clearly? So I know where to pick up.
That you don't have the budget formula. That you don't have the budget formulation for the amendment. That's where you start fading out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to be able to put together those new budget forms, we need data that we don't have, and we are trying to get that from the voter registration office. That will allow us to make the fair allocation
Mrs. Orline, you're cutting out again.
based on what is being asked of us.
Orline, you're cut out again.
It is my recommendation.
Mrs. Orline. Mrs. Orline? Seems like we lost Mrs. Orline. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the question then, we have asked Chief Paulson Chanco and Mrs. Orline to provide those amended documents, and it seems that those documents are actually requested not only by an amendment that was possibly talked about there this past Tuesday, but was also brought up, according to Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 21 days ago. These documents were requested. And it seems that the request has not been pushed forth. We have an understanding too that the president has indicated that he supports the efforts, the way that the budgets currently are in place. That was a recommendation from the Chief of Staff, Mr. Paulson Chaco, to state that the way that the budgets are currently is the way that the president supports the budgets. Now, asking a department to have amended documents has, in the past, probably has not been a problem to a certain extent, as the individual, I have never seen anyone in the past of my tenure have not refused to give any of that information, but individuals have stalled to get that information, and hopefully the delegate per se would probably forget that about that amendment. In this case, we have come up with a couple of possible recommendations, colleagues. I know that there could be recommendations. Not only one is that Madam Chair Amber Crotty, when she did raise a point this morning after I stated that today's a day to pass the legislation by the code. Today's the day that the fiscal year budget should be passed by council in order for us to give that 10 days to have those documents reviewed, put it together, and the president has that ultimate 10 days to review it too as well, to come into compliance, so that he's ample time where there would not be any kind of formal government shutdown by the end of this fiscal year. That's the reason why there's 20 days left after today in order for those that goal to be done and hashed. Now, there has been times, I do believe in 2017, maybe in 2018, I forget, the Navajo Nation Council, that was one of the last times I was aware of that we did not pass the legislation by today. It did go forth, and it did go into a time frame where the budget was going down. I do believe there was like 7 days by the time the president got the budget, and there was times where that could have been challenged. Unfortunately, there was no challenges in that specifics. As you know, anything can be challenged that the Navajo Nation Council does. So to say that if there is continuation, there can be continuation in order for us to continuously try to work on getting those documents from the Veterans Administration, maybe through the weekend, and try to get this thing passed. But we would have to have additional waivers as we did back in 2018. Mind you, that would be less time for us to go ahead and move forward for Office of Legislative Counsel, working together with Office of Management and Budget to finalize those documents and moving forward. The second thing that we could possibly do too as well is talking together with individuals throughout the afternoon and throughout the week, not only of Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Services, is that there could be a condition what was it? No, not a condition, a continual resolution. There could be a continual resolution specifically on the two, possibly three Veterans Trust Fund accounts. And those would have to be fixed by the end of the first quarter in order for that to be completed. Now, one is what would happen is if that did pass, is that condition of appropriation or a continuing resolution would then move forward with a trust fund budget funding for Western and for Fort Defiance Agency. Now, for Central Agency, it seems like they are looking in the path and talking to Honorable Keon Begay and Honorable Slater, looking in the path to move forward in the same way that Northern and Eastern is. So what would happen is we could do a continued resolution on those three agency trust fund dollars. Now that's something that Controller's Office is probably not gonna like. That's something that OMB is not gonna like. But that's something that it's at a point where the lawmakers make that decision. What would happen then is that continued resolution could then be ultimately line item vetoed, and there would be no funding at those two locations or three trust funds until this specific budget is taken care of. That continued resolution could happen in order for it to do that, but at the end of the day, working together with the Veterans Trust Fund, it would be at the veterans to specifically identify where they want those dollars. And as indicated, as you know, Madam Chair Charles Newman, and as you know, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, knowing especially all the delegates in Eastern and in Northern, those dollars are wanting to be busted up, not at the agency level, but at the local CBO level. There's also a couple other recommendations, or another recommendation that maybe Ms. Barbroff can go over too as well. But those are just some thoughts at this time, especially when we're talking about a program is wanting to try to, in this case, I could say stall in order for us to run out of time today and run out of time in order for us to get appropriated budgets. Now, working together with the condition of appropriation, as Mrs. Orline has indicated, as you know, colleagues, the conditions of appropriation in the past, numerous times the president has line item vetoed those conditions of appropriations as well. So with that, Ms. Barbroff, I don't know if you have anything else to add on at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bobroff. I'm not sure if you mentioned it or not. If I'm repeating something, I apologize. But another option is to add a condition of appropriation that would require the Veterans Administration to do budget transfers from the Eastern and Northern agencies into the CVO accounts. They would need to do that by the end of the first quarter. And that condition of appropriation was requested and drafted for a delegate already. So it is ready to go if they wish to motion it. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is Director Zwerline. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, Director Zwerline, we can hear you. Director Zwerline, if I think the question, if there's any further questions, please be on standby. With with that, there was a follow-up. So specifically on this, because how big this issue is, the follow-up question, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, I will give you the floor at this time. You have 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Madam Chair.
Speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. I was still writing down what you were saying.
No, there's a follow-up. Did you have a follow-up? 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Not, I will continue on down.
Time, Speaker.
Okay. That, moving on down, Honorable Daniels. 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
Speaker, reserve time.
Minutes and 3 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege. Question of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Speaker, I'm sorry, I asked 3 questions when I had the floor. First one was to President Naz, but we hear he's at a photo op. Veterans Administration, they're not prepared to answer my questions. My third question was regarding the Land Acquisition Trust Fund and whether those funds could be used to establish chapters in the metropolitan area. I didn't get a response to that question, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me turn that over to Department of Justice. I think Mr. Rodas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and
Yes.
members of the council. It's kind of a 2-part question, Madam Chair Charles Newton, in the sense that the Land Acquisition Trust Fund can be used to acquire land. But the second part of the question is about creating a new chapter. And so I need to do some research on creating a new chapter because I don't know if it's as simple as a council resolution or if it means amending Title 26. So I'm going to need some time to consult with our chapters unit of DOJ and get back to you on that. But in terms of actually acquiring land, that can be done using the Land Acquisition Trust Fund, even in the metropolitan area. Thank you.
Thank you. As soon as you get that information, I can come back to you, Mr. Lourdes. Thank you again.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Just, is land synonymous with building, with a building?
No.
But again, I'll turn back over to Mr. Rodas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, members of the council. Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. So, no, land does not necessarily mean building. However, under the Land Acquisition Trust Fund, you can purchase land and it doesn't specify whether the land has improvements or does not have improvements. But a building is something that's attached to the land and part of the land. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodas. Continue on down. Honorable Otto So, on the main motion, 1 minute, 16 seconds. Honorable Otto So going twice. Otto So going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair, 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, 3 minutes and 41 seconds, going twice.
Reserve my time, Speaker.
3 minutes and 40 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Kealan Begay on the main motion, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Honorable Kealan Begay going twice, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Honorable Kealan Begay going 3 times, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Slater, Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes and 19 seconds.
Speaker.
Thank you,
question of
Speaker.
privilege.
Oh, sorry.
Daniel So.
Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel So.
In the members of the council, the folks on the call, in the budget with the business unit 103002 at line 5110, building, $306,029. Is that separate and apart from the renovation? My question is, what is that dollar amount for? Thank you, Speaker.
Chairman Daniel So, what is the number again? 103002. What do you? Let me go to Ms. Santee Lewis. Are you on the line, Ms. Lewis?
Speaker Damon, this is Santee.
Ms. Lewis, did you hear the question regarding Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I am able to also answer the question. I believe the question was, what was the money set aside under Object Code 5110? Honorable Delegate So, the Navajo Nation Washington office budgeted funds to pay our rent. So under Object Code 5110, that was put there to fulfill the Navajo Nation's obligation with respect to our rent under our lease with our landlord, sir. Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So that has nothing to do with the new building. It's just the current rental fees for the current facility. Correct, Ms. Lewis?
Mr. Speaker, yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Moving on down. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes and 19 seconds. On reserve time on the main motion.
Speaker, I'll reserve my time.
4 minutes, 18 seconds. Moving on down, Vice Chair Walker, 3 minutes and 31 seconds.
I reserve my time. Thank you.
Minutes and 30 seconds. Colleagues, any comments, questions on the main motion?
Question of privilege.
Chairman Daniel, so question of privilege.
Regarding the $306,000 building, I guess it's rental payment, that for 12 months. My question of privilege is, when is the renovation on the house to be completed?
Ms. Lewis? Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker and Honorable So, we would have to put out a bid for the funds that are allocated for that purpose, and upon selection of a vendor, we would then proceed accordingly. But our hope is to see that the renovation is complete by the end of next fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. There's no new player. We have a new colleague in the queue, Vice Chair Smith, on the main motion. We can't hear you, Vice Chair Smith. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. I think we've been at this for 2.5, almost 3 days now. My motion to cease debate.
Second.
Hello, are we still on?
Yes, we are, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. I'm just trying to finalize to see if there's equal balance on the debate.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. Was that Vice Chair Smith who motioned cease debate?
Yes. And I haven't
Speaker, my
recognized,
question-
I haven't recognized it yet. I'm still trying to add up the time and the amount of debate and the amount of allocation and the balance.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. If I could ask staff, we've been debating and voting, and Vice Chair Smith has not cast a vote or debated. How long has he been on the call? Thank you, Speaker.
I couldn't verify to say how long one of our colleagues has been on the, can you? We would have to check on that and verify through Zoom. But either then, there can be also on multiple other calls. Well, we can try to get that information, Madam Chair, everybody. Just. Colleagues, on a motion to cease debate by Vice Chair Smith, there's been 13 individuals. There's been continuous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've called on reserve time for 9 times since first motion was made. There's been a total of 32 hours on this legislation since its conception that the Budget and Finance Committee on legislation 0182-21, motion by Vice Chair Smith. There's been no specifics on if there is a support or against, if the legislation is in current status. There's been no support or initiative to say they are in support of this legislation, except for the sponsor, Chairman Hinu, when he was open his dialogue. And in that, there is a balance. So Vice Chair Smith, I'm gonna recognize your motion to cease debate. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Chairman Edwin Yazzie. With that, colleagues, motion to cease debate on legislation 0182-21. Colleagues, as motion to cease debate, we need 2/3 of the voting party, and the last vote was 19. So if it's the same as 19, third is 13. That, go to the board. It's non-debatable.
Question and privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I did ask how long Chair Smith has been participating in today's debate.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, what I can tell you right now is that he's been on every single vote. Oh, well, no, I can't say every single. He's been on every single vote since the conception of the legislation, except for 3. I can't tell you how long a person or an individual has been on the call until the call ends, according to the IT department and the communications department. With that, For the record, we do have Madam Chief Justice has just entered the chambers. Thank you, Madam Chief Justice, for being here. Thank you, Madam Chief Justice, for being here. Yeah. With that, we're aboard.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, while we're voting.
Speaker, I just was just checking my notes. It looks like there were 3 amendments where Delegate Smith didn't vote on them, but I think that that's a valid question. Thank you, Speaker.
Like I said, we have I have answered that question, and the other what was just now notifying me is that Vice Chair Smith has been on the call since 10:10 a.m. this morning. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenio Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenio Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kanaswa-Crotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Amber Kanaswa-Crotty, and I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanaswa-Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pranal Halona.
Glenn votes green.
Honorable Pranal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Daniel So did not vote.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
What is the shadow?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Question of Delegate Crotty.
Green.
Yes, hold on. Question of privilege while we're voting. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Can you ask staff, did we pass the amendment for Western Agency chapter stipends? Thank you, Speaker.
No, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty, that there was an amendment, but that amendment was withdrawn after probably almost a 2-hour debate. We're voting.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green.
Thank you,
Honorable
Speaker.
Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Votes green.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James does not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor and 4 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that, the colleagues. The vote of 17 in favor, 4 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries to cease debate. With that, second reading on legislation 0182-21.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege. Yes, point of privilege, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, Speaker, can staff, I'd like to withdraw my co-sponsor of this legislation. This is about the value of Northern veterans. They do have, Northern and Eastern veterans have resolutions that are not in this budget and do not reflect that. So I'd like to withdraw my co-sponsor. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. We'll get, what? The Office of Legislative Services is working on that document as we speak, Madam Chair. That second reading, Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
I'm sorry, Delegate Crotty kind of cut out there a little bit. So did she say she is removing her second from her, I guess, her second to the motion for this budget? Speaker, thank you.
It's Madam Chair, Amber Crotty is a co-sponsor on legislation 0182-21. She's removing herself as a co-sponsor.
So, question of privilege, Speaker?
It's a question of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
So we're going to vote on a budget that doesn't have a second, or on a legislation that doesn't have a second. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you do not need a co-sponsor on a legislation. But
okay, sorry, Speaker.
But there is still a co-sponsor, Honorable Halona, and we do still have a main sponsor, Honorable Chairman Jamie Henio. I do have a first and a second on the motion and a second still. That continue voting, colleagues. On the main oh, no, second reading, Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Member 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 1. Add the following carryover requests to Exhibit F. Program title, Office of the Auditor General, Business Unit number 101024. Amount, all remaining funds to complete audits identified in comprehensive FY22 budget. Program will report to oversight every quarter. Program title, Department of Roads, Business Unit number 121004. Amount, all remaining funds to complete road maintenance, monsoon washout assistance, and culvert repairs. Program will report to oversight every quarter. Program title, Division of Social Services, Business Unit numbers 117001, 117022, 117008. Amount, all remaining funds to provide one-time grants to domestic violence shelters, 50% of which will be allocated to on-reservation domestic violence shelters, and 50% of which will be provided to off-reservation domestic violence shelters serving Navajo clients. DSS funds will be consolidated into 117001. Program will report to oversight every quarter. Program title, Navajo Police Department, Business Unit number 116001, 116002, 116014. Amount, all remaining funds consolidated to 116002 to support crime, gang activity reduction, and drug enforcement initiatives, including sub-offices and officer hiring at local chapters. Program report to oversight every quarter. Program title, Division of Human Resources, Business Unit number 114001, 114009. Amount, all remaining funds to support compliance with FY22 COAs and modernize the hiring process for Navajo Nation employees, including digitalize the application process. Additionally, the program will create a management institute or internal professional development regime for Navajo Nation employees in consultation with Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Program will report to oversight every quarter. Program title, Division of Economic Development, business unit numbers 11-0001, 11-0003, 11-0004, 11-0005, 11-0006, 11-0007, 11-0009, 11-0010, 11-0011, 11-0012, 11-0013, 11-0015. Amount, all remaining funds to support economic analysis and planning, economically valuable historical site preservation and cleanup, marketing of Navajo Nation tourism, and standing up small business training and coaching. Consolidate to 11-001. Program will report to oversight every quarter. Program title, Division of Community Development, business unit numbers 108001, 108003, 108004, 108125, 108127. Amount, all remaining funds to support solid waste and recycling infrastructure and program development in addition to chapter cemetery fencing funds will be consolidated to 108001. Program will report to oversight every quarter. OMB shall update all exhibits and cumulative amounts as necessary to reflect this amendment. Amendment number 2, 1 on page 1 of Exhibit I, legislative concern as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021, under all divisions, departments, and programs. Remove entire American with Disabilities Act ADA language as follows. Overstrike. All Navajo Nation government divisions, departments, programs should implement the Americans with Disabilities Act at 28 CFR Section 35 and 36 ADA by ensuring the constructions and installation of ADA compliant equipment and facilities, all of their workplaces and publicly accessible areas to the extent that the expenditures for such construction and installation are possible within their approved FY 2022 budgets. They should identify and list all equipment, furniture, buildings, coffees, offices, rooms, bathrooms, hallways, entrances, parking areas, and other facilities that in order to be ADA compliant will require any construction, modification, installation, and replacement. They should also prepare an appropriate budget covering such expenditures. This ADA budget should be included in the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget for FY 2023. Alternatively, the ADA budget should be the subject of the supplemental funding request submitted to the council as soon as possible during FY 2022. In addition, all divisions, departments, and programs should work with the Department of Justice to amend their plans of operation or other enabling authorities as necessary to include ADA-related policies and procedures. All divisions, departments, and programs should provide reports both verbally and in writing to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of second quarter FY 2022, which reports should explain their ongoing efforts and accomplishments in complying with this COA. The director of each division, department, or program should be primarily responsible for the implementation and completion of the COA for his or her division, department, or program. Notwithstanding the above, the COA should not apply to those divisions, departments, and programs that already have ADA compliant workplaces in public areas that submit proof of such compliance to their respective oversight committees by the end of the second quarter FY 2022 and overstrike. 2 on page 4 of Exhibit H, conditions of appropriation COA, after the Office of the President and Vice President section and before the instructions to all Navajo Nation division, department, and program directors section, and add the following underlined text below. New language _ all Navajo Nation government divisions, departments, and programs should implement the Americans with Disabilities Act at 28 CFR Section 35 and Section 36 ADA by ensuring all constructions and installation of ADA compliant equipment and facilities in all of their workplaces and publicly accessible areas to the extent that the expenditures for such construction and installation are possible within their approved FY 2022 budgets. They should identify and list all equipment, furniture, buildings, offices, rooms, bathrooms, hallways, entrances, parking areas, and other facilities that, in order to be ADA compliant, will require any construction, modification, installation, or replacement. They should also prepare an appropriate budget covering such expenditures. This ADA budget should be included in the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget for FY 2023. Alternatively, the ADA budget should be at the subject of supplemental funding requests submitted to the council as soon as possible during FY 2022. In addition, all divisions, departments, and programs should work with the Department of Justice to amend their plans of operation or other enabling authorities as necessary to include ADA-related policies and procedures. All divisions, departments, and programs should provide reports both verbally and in writing to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of second quarter FY 2022, which report should explain their ongoing efforts and accomplishments in complying with this COA. The director of each division, department, or program should be primarily responsible for the implementation and completion of the COA for his or her division, department, or program. Notwithstanding the above, the COA should not apply to those divisions, departments, and programs that already have ADA compliant workplaces and public areas, and that submit proof of such compliance of their respective oversight committees by the end of second quarter of FY 2022, end of new language. Amendment number 3.1 on page 6 of Exhibit I, legislative concerns, as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021, add a new paragraph under the executive branch as shown in the underlined text below. Underscore, Department of Justice, DOJ, 1. The Attorney General shall report verbally and in writing to the Navajo Nation Council in executive session if necessary on 1, the status of any appeals or litigation past or present concerning E-rate funding or eligibility funding. 2, what Navajo Nation government entities, specifically chapters, are eligible to apply for E-rate funding. And 3, the result or status of any litigation related to ONSAT by no later than the end of the first quarter of FY 2022. End of new language. Amendment number 4.1 on page 3 of Exhibit H, conditions of appropriation COA of the legislation as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021, add a new subpoint 7 under Division of Public Safety, as shown in the underlined text below. New paragraph 7, underscore 7, the Division of Public Safety Director shall provide the Navajo Nation Council a copy of all current public law, PL 93-638 law enforcement, criminal investigation and detention contracts and annual funding agreements and scopes of work. These documents shall be provided to the Navajo Nation Council by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2022. End of new language. Amendment number 5.1 on page 4 of Exhibit H, conditions of appropriation COA of the legislation as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021, add a new subpoint 2 under Office of Management and Budget OMB, as shown in the underlined text below. New paragraph 2, underline 2, pursuant to CS 4412, OMB was awarded $400,000 to be used for an analysis and study of the federal budget performance budget branches structure project. The OMB director shall report in writing and verbally and detailed results of the analysis and study of the federal budget performance budget branches structure project of the Budget and Finance Committee by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2022. End of new language. Amendment number 6.1, amend Exhibit F, recommended carryovers for FY 22 Navajo Nation budget to delete an overstricken text and insert underlined text as follows. According to Law and Order Committee Resolution LOCAU-08-21, Business Unit Number 104001, DOJ, Office of Attorney General, new language, underscore unexpended balances. Next column, underscore all, overstrike remaining, underscore unexpended balances. Unexpended balances, underscore consolidated to 104005 to support the prosecutors. Business Unit 104002, DOJ, Navajo Hopi Legal Services, new language, underscore unexpended balances. Next column, underscore all, overstrike remaining, insert unexpended balances, consolidated to 104005 to support the prosecutors. Business Unit 104005, DOJ, Office of the Prosecutor, new language, unexpended balances. Next column, remaining balances. Amendment number 7.1, add the following carryover request to Exhibit F. Program title, Division of General Services, Business Unit number 112001, 112003, 112004, 112006, 112007, 112008, 112009, 112010, amount. All remaining funds will address the unmet needs for the Division of General Services Administration to conduct a comprehensive facilities and building assessment evaluation. Consolidate to 11-2001. Program will report to oversight every quarter. OMB shall update all exhibits and cumulative amounts as necessary to reflect this amendment. Amendment number 8. 1. In Exhibit E, fiscal year 2022 fixed cost budget summary as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021, and accepted by the Navigator Committee on September 7th, 2021. Add a new row 19 at the bottom of the table for business unit number 101018 with the new underlined information as follows. Column 1 underscore new, column 2 underscore Navajo Utah Commission, column 3 underscore $15,153, column 10 underscore $15,153. Recalculate all figures and totals in Exhibit 3 to account for this $15,153 increase in the expenditures from the fixed cost accounts. Replace the original Exhibit E with new revised Exhibit E that will reflect the changes described in this amendment, paragraph 1, and will be provided by the Office of Management and Budget when available. Revise other exhibits if necessary to account for this $15,153 increase. This amendment reallocates $15,153 in 5,000/5110 lease and rental building expenses for the Navajo Utah Commission NUC that were originally proposed to be paid for using NUC's general funds operating budget. This amendment now pays the $15,153 using the fixed cost account. NUC has provided a budget amendment form showing the reallocation of the $15,153 to other NUC costs, i.e. regular and fringe benefits. 2, in Exhibit E, fiscal year 2022 fixed cost budget summary as amended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on September 3rd, 2021, and accepted by the Navigator Committee on September 7th, 2021. Add a new row 20 at the bottom of the table for a new business unit number with the new underlying information as follows. Column 1 underscore new, column 2 underscore Division of Economic Development, column 3 underline $184,449, column 10 underscore $184,449. Recalculate all figures and totals in Exhibit E to account for this $184,449 increase. Replace the original Exhibit E with the new revised Exhibit E that will reflect the changes described in this amendment, paragraph 2, and will be provided by the Office of Management and Budget when available. Revise other exhibits if necessary to account for this $184,449 increase. This amendment reallocates $184,449 in 5,000/5110 lease and rental building expenses for the Division of Economic Development DED that were originally proposed to be paid for using DED's general funds operating budget. This amendment now pays the $184,449 using the fixed cost account. DED has provided a budget amendment form showing the reallocation of the $184,449 to other DED costs, i.e. consulting and other technical services. 3, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget with notice to the sponsor of the legislation are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other council amendment, which language shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, on legislation 0182-21 with 8 amendments. Let's go to the board.
Speaker, point of privilege, Delegate Cotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Cotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm having some technical issues. Has the council, so there's a Fort Defiant veterans resolution. Has that been provided to the council? Thank you, Speaker. They wanted their funding to their CBOs. I just need verification. I'm having some technical issues here. Thank you.
Madam Chair Ambercrotty, we have not seen nor do we have a Fort Defiance Veterans Resolution. So we
Okay,
don't-
thank you, Speaker.
we do
I
not
do
have
apologize. But there is a Fort Defiance Veterans Resolution requesting funding to their CVOs. I'm just having technical difficulties on my side, but I'd just like to state that for the record, and we'll get that out to the council as soon as possible. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Still voting, colleagues, this is for the overall fiscal 2022 budget. This legislation needs 16 votes to pass. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green? How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote.
Charles Newton
Honorable-
votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canaz-Bacati.
Shabeja Delegate Amber Canaz-Bacati, and I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz-Bacati has voted red. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. has voted green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Any votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable
Green.
Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Odo So.
I vote green.
Honorable Odo So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green.
Turn off.
Honorable Eugene,
No,
I mean,
turn it back
excuse me,
on.
Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
One more vote.
Green.
Let's go and make it.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Reset red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Good pass though. You need a 16. There's 16.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh,
Honorable Eugene.
So.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. So with that, Speaker, you have 18 that have voted green and 3 that have voted red. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, with a vote of 18 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on legislation 01821-21. That, colleagues, we have approved the Navajo Nation's fiscal year budget 2022, the overall comprehensive budget. That legislation, its final destination is the Office of President, Vice President. We'll be working on that with the Office of the Legislative Services. Will be working on that with OMB to finalize that document and sending that over to the President's office. So with that, moving on down, close the session.
Speaker, Delegate Clarkson and Privilege.
Motion of privilege, and Chair Amber Cardi.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I received a few resolutions from veterans voting a no confidence in Director Zorline. What would be the process? Do I need to move forward with the legislation for, it's never clear on the contract. What would be the process? How do we support our veterans who are voting no confidence in their director? Thank you, Speaker.
Question of privilege. I would have to. I know that that's a certain. Well, what I'm of the understanding is there is a contract in place. So I haven't seen that contract go, but I would have to refer that question to Department of Justice or even Legislative Counsel, Dr. Fowler, too, as well.
Thank you, Speaker. I would need to know if that's council action or it looks like the people would support the veterans. I just need to know which way we can move forward. Thank you, Speaker.
I don't know if, Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, if that's something we can discuss because it's a personnel issue. And I don't know if council has that. I know council doesn't have a specific authority as we are not the supervisor of the position. So I think that what we've had to do is take recommendations from the Office of Personnel Management and even Department of Justice in asking what is the accomplishment or what is the recommendation as it is being pushed from the veterans administration or from the veterans themselves and the people. So I've had to refer that question. And I think that in doing that, I think that would be a discussion I would really like to have with Ms. Dana Barbroff too, as well as she is the attorney for the Navajo Nation Council, and trying to identify the recommendations and possible guidance on her part to give us that are giving us some further authoritative guidance in order for us so we can move forward. What we can do is we can set up a meeting. I have no problem setting up a meeting on that information with and doing that through the recommendation from Ms. Dana Barbroff. Ms. Crotty, Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate it.
Question and privilege, Speaker.
The privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to be included in that meeting as well. In addition, if we could also get information on whether the past Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Director had contracts with the President or whether they were confirmed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We can organize that, and it'll be a discussion that will be open to all members of the council. With that, colleagues, any further announcement?
Question.
Honorable Eugene So on announcements.
Okay, I thought we were still discussing our veterans. Okay, thank you.
Oh, did you? Any other announcements, colleagues? If there's none, is a motion adjourned? Motion adjourned by Honorable Edison Wanika. Is there a second?
Okay, so
and motion adjourned at 3:58 p.m. That scoreboard.
Speaker, point of order, Allen.
I'll give you a point of order.
Speaker, have we voted on the main motion?
Honorable Keon Begay, we have voted on the main motion.
I voted green, Speaker. Thank you. I voted green, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Keon Begay, I already asked for a motion, or there's already been a motion to adjourn. So.
Speaker, could there be reflection that I did point because I'm in the bad area that I had to call back in. So I wanted to make a reflection that I did raise a point of order that I'm voting green on the main motion, Speaker, because I am the motion of the legislation, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Delegate recognized.
Honorable Keon Begay, that will be reflected in the journal.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, honorable colleagues. Could the motioning party withdraw their motion so Honorable Begay's vote can be counted? Thank you. Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker, if you could look at Rule 27, I believe that no exceptions should be made for any delegate. Rule 27 of the Council Rules of Order. Thank you.
No, doesn't change nothing. Okay, thank you. Honorable Chairman, there's a motion by Honorable Edison Wanika, second by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. I did tell Honorable Keelan Begay the vote will be reflected in the journal. We are voting, colleagues, on adjourning right now.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Hello, this is Delegate Begay. Are we voting now?
Yes.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr.
Speaker, Delegate Keelan Begay Jr. votes green on the adjournment.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
You can barely be heard, but I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakati. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakati. Honorable Amber Kanaz.
This is Delegate Amber Kanaz-Bakati. I apologize. I vote green on the adjournment. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hinio.
Hinio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hinio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Odoso.
I vote green.
Odoso. Honorable Odoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Oppose the show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. So with that, you have 21 delegates that have voted green, 0 opposed. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We are officially adjourned at 3:58 p.m. with 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Colleagues, have a good evening. Have a good weekend. Thank you, staff, for your work and dedication. We'll see everybody when we see you. On it.
Oh no, good job. Good job.
Corner church.
Here you go. The message. There you go. Okay. Yeah.